Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara commends Nigeria's First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu for impactful implementation of Renewed Hope Initiative social investment program across the country. Niger Delta Integrated Farmers, Processors and Distributors Association of Nigeria raises concern over difficulties in assessing support from Central Bank of Nigeria. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde declares for 2027 presidency. On the foreign scene, ECOWAS mulls six-pillar strategy to strengthen regional integration. Now the detail. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has commended Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for the impactful implementation of the Renewed Hope Initiative social investment program across the country. Governor Fubara gave the commendation during a courtesy visit by the wife of the president, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, at the Government House, Port Harcourt, ahead of the Renewed Hope Initiative social investment program event in Rivers State. Represented by his Deputy Governor, Professor Ngozi Maudu, the governor said the First Lady's intervention programs have continued to directly touch the lives of Nigerians, especially women and vulnerable groups, without unnecessary bottlenecks. Welcoming the delegation to the state, Governor Fubara Governor Fubara described Rivers State as a hospitable state and expressed delight over the visit, noting that the wife of the president has distinguished herself as a compassionate mother whose initiatives are making visible impacts nationwide. The state chief executive further appreciated the First Lady for ensuring that support gets directly to beneficiaries, eliminating intermediaries that often reduce the value of such interventions.
That our First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our mother, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, is making across the country, because the impact, why it is really great, is that it's a one-on-one thing. They'd cut off the intermediary process and the people receive whatever they're receiving directly, so what they are getting doesn't slim down in the process. So we want to thank her, and we want to say she is a great mother, like they say, a mother like none, and we appreciate her. Today is a very special day for us in Rivers State, and we can't wait to get into the main event.
Earlier, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who was represented by the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Idu, said the visit to the state was born out of her love and compassion for humanity, the vulnerable, women and Nigerians in general. While reassuring the state of her love and support, the First Lady emphasized that President Bola Tinubu remains committed to engendering the growth and development of Rivers State, just as she also commended the giant strides of the Siminalayi Fubara-led administration, especially at the grassroots, noting that with the introduction of the Renewed Hope Initiative, things will turn around for the better.
We're here because of the compassionate heart of Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Her love for humanity, her love for the vulnerables, her love to empower women, and not just women, Nigerians as a whole. I want to give her special love to the people of Rivers State and assure you that Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu is totally with you. She would continue to support the state and, of course, by extension, her husband, our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, would continue to support Rivers State.
The president of the Niger Delta Integrated Farmers, Processors and Distributors Association of Nigeria, Julius Ukpea Woda, has raised concern over what he described as the difficulty farmers in Rivers State face in accessing support from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Speaking on the challenges confronting farmers, Open Amuda, in an interview with Today FM, Olawale Sanusi said bureaucracy has continued to hinder access to agricultural interventions despite several policies introduced by the Apex Bank to support the sector. He noted that although many of the CBN's agricultural policies are beneficial, implementation remains difficult because approvals often depend on directives from the federal government. According to him, farmers in River State currently do not enjoy viable support from the CBN due to the complicated process involved in accessing intervention programs.
I realize that most of the policies are wonderful, beautiful, but they cannot just implement these policies without the endorsement of the federal government. So as a result, supporting farmers is becoming extremely difficult because of the bureaucracy when it comes to implementation. And so it is extremely difficult for farmers to, access anything from Central Bank of Nigeria. But the current situation in Nigeria, farmers are really having it very difficult because there is no assistance, no support, no viable support from the Central Bank of Nigeria to farmers today. Rather, they are making things easy for the traders that are importing grains, importing cereals, importing all form of processed food into the country.
Speaking further on the Anchor Burrows program introduced during the administration of late former President Muhammadu Buhari, the Farmers Association president described the initiative as a good policy aimed at encouraging agricultural production across the country. He, however, maintained that despite the program's lofty objectives, its operational structure was weak, thereby affecting its overall effectiveness and impact on farmers.
Despite the beauty of the policy and the idea, the whole thing was built, the whole structure was built in a very weak foundation and very porous. We realize that in Nigeria today, we don't have a very good cloud. We don't have a database. They don't even know the percentage of farmers in Nigeria. We don't even know who are really farmers in Nigeria. When this policy was brought in, so even people in CBN, people in ministries, people that have not even been to farms before, they all turned farmers just overnight. All in a means to collect or to have access to this facility that the government approved for farmers. So we could see that the essence of that Anchor Borrowers program could not see the light of the day.
The Pioneer spokesman and member of the Board of Trustee of the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, His Royal Highness Anab Sarah Ibe, has accused the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory Yesuwike of political influence over successive administrations in Rivers State. Sarah Ibe, in a live program monitored from Port Harcourt, claimed that the governor, Siminala Ifubara, has remained loyal and restrained despite pressure, obeying and has done so much in protecting the interest of Wike. Sarah Igbe, while referencing past investigations and political controversies, alleged that the scrutiny by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC on Fubara was linked to Wike's political activities, demanding that Wike should tell Nigerians what the EFCC were looking for Fubara. Sarah Igbe, who is also one of the leaders in Rivers Elders and Leadership Forum, also made remarks about Wike's career progression and questioned the sources of his wealth, suggesting discrepancies between public service earnings and personal assets. He alleged that Wike has amassed so much wealth when he never worked in anywhere. Tracing Wike's political career, Sarah Igbe outlined his rise through various offices immediately after law school, when he became a council chairman to a chief of staff to a minister of state to governor and now a minister of the FCT. He further questioned the correlation between official earnings and perceived wealth accumulation, saying that if one aggregate all the salaries Wike and equate it to his investment, anyone would be wondering and question the source of his wealth. Sarah Igbe commended Governor Siminala Ifubara for not pursuing retaliation or political witch hunt against his predecessor, despite the tensions in the state. The Nigerian Correctional Service (NCOS) River State Command has reacted to media report accusing them of alleged extortion and what they described as other unethical practices within the Maximum Security Custodial Center, Port Harcourt. There was a report after an information linked from the Maximum Security Custodial Center, Port Harcourt, that inmates now pay 1,000 naira as VIP to join coastal bus purchased by the state government to convey inmates to attend trial, and that only person individual has allegedly hijacked the sale of kerosene with the compound, among other extortion and poor welfare. But in reaction by the Acting Command Public Relations Officer, Rivers State Command, Sonny Chidum, described the allegations as false, misleading, and do not reflect the operational realities and standards of the custodial center. The statement clarified that inmates do not pay money before being taken to court, and that production of inmates in court remains an official statutory responsibility of the Nigerian Correctional Service and is carried out in line with established rules and regulations as contained in the NCOS Act 2019. Chidum also stated that the welfare and health of inmates remain a top priority to the service, insisting that inmates requiring medical attention are promptly attended to, as there is a functional infirmary in the yard with regular drug supply from the NHQ. The statement also revealed that inmates are also referred to government health facilities when necessary without any form of extortion or illegal demand for payment by the management. He maintained that allegation of reduction of inmates' ration is equally unfounded and that feeding of inmates is guided by approved standards and monitored accordingly to ensure compliance with extant regulations of the Nigerian Correctional Service. On the issues of sales of kerosene, the service said the allegation concerning the officer in charge being involved in the sale of kerosene is baseless and without any factual foundation. It further emphasized that inmates' food are prepared with gas and biogas, and inmates are not allowed to cook in their cells to avoid fire outbreak, insisting that the management maintains strict adherence to transparency and accountability in the administration of the custodial center. The service therefore urged members of the public to disregard the said report, as it appears to be a deliberate attempt to tarnish the image and reputation of the Nigerian Correctional Service, assuring that it remains committed to humane custody, inmates' welfare, reformation, rehabilitation, and reintegration in line with global best practices. The presidency has expressed doubts on the credibility of former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, saying Nigerians should not trust his reported promise to serve only one term if elected president in 2027. Special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on Information Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, made the remarks in a post on X, formerly Twitter, where he accused Obi of repeatedly abandoning political parties despite earlier pledges of loyalty. The presidential aide argued that Obi's political history showed a pattern of shifting allegiances, recalling that the former Anambra State governor had once vowed never to leave the All Progressives Grand Alliance, the platform under which he became governor. According to Nanuga, Obi had also pledged loyalty to the late ABGA leader Chukwuemeka Odumegu Ojukwu, but later defected to the People's Democratic Party. He further maintained that Obi's political movement had weakened the credibility of his public commitment. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, sports, and foreign stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The Oyo State Governor, Seyi Makinde, has officially declared his intention to run for the office of the president in 2027. Makinde made the official declaration at the Unity Rally jointly organized by the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and All People's Movement, APM, to formalize the alliance between the two parties. The governor called on opposition leaders to unite against what he described as a deliberate effort by the ruling All Progressives Congress APC to redirect Nigeria to one-party state. He maintained that Nigeria no longer operates a democracy without a political landscape that guarantees a level playing ground for opposition parties without the interference of the ruling party. He equally called on Nigerians to rise above being what he described as political spectators and bystanders, assuring that with the collective participation of all Nigerians eligible age of voting, Nigeria would record a historic reset come 2027. A former Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, has withdrawn from the race for the All Progressives Congress APC governorship ticket in Yobe State. Alkali Baba announced his withdrawal in a statement made available to newsmen. The retired police boss was among 6 APC governorship aspirants who had earlier rejected the emergence of Baba Malam Wali as consensus candidate and insisted on the conduct of direct primaries in line with the Electoral Act 2026 and APC guidelines. Kali Baba noted in the statement that he decided to withdraw from the contest after a series of consultations with Vice President Kashim Shatima and Yobe State Governor Mai Malabuni, as well as Borno State elders, among others. According to him, the decision was a voluntary one for the interest of party unity, stability, and progress of the state. The Nyesom Wike-backed People's Democratic Party National Working Committee has denied any involvement in the purported alliance, a political gathering involving the Allied People's Movement in Ibadan or your state, describing the event as misleading and unauthorized. The factional PDP National Publicity Secretary, Jungudo Muhammad, who spoke on behalf of the Abdurrahman Muhammad-led National Working Committee, stated that while addressing newsmen in Abuja, where he stressed that the party is not part of any coalition agreement or arrangement with the APM or any other political group. Mohammed said the Ibadan gathering was simply a public celebration of Governor Makinde's move to the APM. Mohammed queried that if indeed Makinde and his supporters have truly not defected to the APM, then Nigerians deserve to ask the simple question of why they refuse to remain within the structure they claim to recognize by purchasing nomination forms from the so-called Kabiru Tanimu-led Interim National Working Committee. On the foreign scene, the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has proposed a new 6-pillar strategic initiative, Compact of the Future of Regional Integration, which aimed at reshaping the bloc's political and economic direction. ECOWAS Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Abdel Fattah Musa, spoke while making his presentation at the ongoing first ordinary session of the ECOWAS Parliament in Abuja. Musa described the initiative unveiled ahead of a planned special summit of regional leaders as a survival strategy aimed at strengthening integration and repositioning regional responses to mounting political, economic, and security challenges. He said the ultimate goal was to transform ECOWAS from an institution known for issuing declarations into one that delivers concrete public goods such as security, economic mobility, and digital connectivity to citizens. Musa said the new strategy was adopted by the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government during a summit in Abuja, where they proposed a special summit on the future of regional integration. He added that the draft framework was developed through extensive consultations involving citizens across West Africa, civil society groups, the African diaspora, ECOWAS institutions, and leaders. The commissioner said the initiative was built around 6 strategic pillars, including sustainable economic transformation, peace and democratic governance, science and technology, social inclusion, institutional reform, and ECOWAS geopolitical positioning. Musa further said that the compact also proposes reforms to make ECOWAS institutions more merit-based, accountable, and fully self-financed through the community levy by 2030. He explained that a major feature of the document was its emphasis on strategic autonomy, which positioned ECOWAS as a unified geopolitical actor capable of defending West Africa's sovereignty in an increasingly multipolar world. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Rivers State Governor Siminala Ifubara has commended Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for impactful implementation of Renewed Hope Initiative's social investment program across the country. Niger Delta Integrated Farmers, Processors and Distributors Association of Nigeria has raised concern over difficulties in accessing support from Central Bank of Nigeria. We told you that Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has declared for 2027 presidency on the foreign scene. You also heard that ECOWAS have mulled 6-pillar strategy to strengthen regional integration. That was the news as edited by Uchendu Ijowo. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818 389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Baby shark do 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 do, baby shark do 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 do, baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from our esteemed panelists. Today's quest 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
Hello, join us Fridays 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
When a team comes together to win. A solo beat or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
or you decided to take a break, and then you come back and you're like, why did the world move so fast? When did all of this happen? Where was I? And that's the thing about the times that we live in. I like that social media just carries information fast. Now, if you're listening to the radio, you hear it on the radio, you listen to the TV, or if you just go online, you hear it. And interesting that even as a radio platform, as a media platform, the radio, we find ways to bring up conversations in ways that are not maybe the regular that you hear or see on social media, but touching angles that would really affect your everyday life and bring that to your reality and get to talk about it. And you look at everything that's happening and you're like, okay, good. It's good. This is the world that we live in. Things will happen, whether bad or good. It just shows that we are here on Earth and things just keeps unfolding. And we keep following them as they unfold. You know, those days I would always come on the radio and say, we hope for better days. We hope that things are going to get better. And the language hasn't changed still. Things will keep getting better, and a lot of things will keep getting worse too. So this is the part I'm adding that I've not always added. And when I say things get worse, it's not like bad is going to win over good, but alongside, I mean, good things will happen, bad things would happen. And maybe realizing that makes life better. It makes you operate from a place, right? Whatever place you want to operate from, however you want to live your life. So you're deciding that, I'm going to do the best that I can, or you're saying I'm going to do the worst that I can. Do people actually think of doing the worst things? Yes. People sit and think of evil or think of worse things to do. But I'll tell you, choose good and choose peace. Welcome. It's Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, 6:38. Today is 14th of May, 2026. My name is Queen Shima. So we'll do the shift together from now till 9. From now till 7 o'clock, what's on your mind? 7 o'clock to 8, I want to know what's happening around you or something you want to talk about, and I mean eyewitness report. And then 8 o'clock, Mr. Smith will be here with me for security, and you talk security, an important aspect of security that we talk about, but I think it needs a little more emphasis, and that's what we're going to do today. But then, what's on your mind? As I saw earlier, that Sheyi Makinde has declared presidential ambition on APM, the APM platform, the Allied People's Movement. He did that today. At a joint mega rally of the People's Democratic Party and the Allied People's Movement held at Mapo Hall in Ibadan, the state capital. And in his words, this is what he said: the time to reset Nigeria is now. Therefore, today, I, Oluseyi Abiodun Makinde, announce my candidacy for the position of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He said the country's situation has continued to deteriorate, putting the majority of Nigerians on survival mode daily. Now, the governor added that government officials responsible for citizens' welfare have abdicated their duties. This is why, for the past several months, one question has been at the top of my mind. Where do we go from here? Is this how we should continue as a nation? We have been pushed to the wall with the belief that we would turn against ourselves, or worse still, that we will become too weary to survive on a daily basis to fight back. They said opposition cannot unite, but I am here today to say that it is a miscalculation. The opposition in Nigeria is just a political party. The opposition is the everyday Nigerian for whom the country does not work. So today, in Ibadan, the first grand alliance is formed, the Alliance of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the Allied People's Movement, APM. This handshake will allow us to field candidates at all levels. We will field candidates from top to bottom. We will field candidates from the presidency to state assemblies and everything in between. All right. Remember that he had earlier led the Taminu Turaki faction of the PDP in Oyo State to sign a memorandum of understanding with the APM as part of a strategic alliance for the forthcoming election. So here we have it. So we have an NDC, well known. We have an ADC. We have the APM. We have the Labour Party. We have what now? The APC, the ruling party, and it is what it is right now. We're just going to watch as things unfold. But I don't know. You had this reaction. I don't know what this came with for you, right? Hearing about Sheyi Makinde's declaration for presidential ambition. What did this come with for you? And I mean, for some people who say, no, we're seeing alliances, we're seeing defections, we're seeing this is where we want to, this is the progression, this and that, right? Okay, what's on your mind? 0810-951-0951. That is the number to dial this evening. And let's get talking. Let me know what's going through your mind. Now you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome. It's Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, Lady King. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Reginald. I'm coming from Today.
Welcome, Reginald.
Let me say what is on my mind. But first of all, let me react to the issue of Makinde. I want to see all these political parties. I want to see them present their presidential candidates. I want to see all of them buy form, whether they will succeed or they will not succeed. You know the reason why? It is going to boost our economy. All this money they hide, they should bring it out and then do campaign so that our economy somehow will grow a little bit. That is on the other side. Then what is really in my mind is this. Lady Queen, let me say this thing. Government, especially state government, the level of abandonment of government property, ranging from schools, health, housing, and all the rest, is too alarming, too much. Meaning that we all know that government is not a good manager of any infrastructure or the thing. So I want to suggest that instead of all these things, they claim that they are running free education. We know that there is nothing free. They claim that they have a free medical thing. We know that it's not free. So what I'm wanting to suggest is that can they give all these infrastructures out for independent investors, so that they as a government, they should supervise and then let the investors take over the schools, take over the healthcare system.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening, my brother.
Obinna is here.
Welcome, Obinna.
Talk about let me start with that because it seems like that man is person that one person that will fight this insecurity in Nigeria, not people that will give bag of rice or people that will go and give amnesty to terrorist group.
Okay.
The problem I have, I want to lead a protest to the local government area because of the OSPA commander. But somebody say I should continue saying it on the radio so that the governor will only hear when they say he wants to decamp to APC. But you will not hear about that insecurity is in the River State by cattle rearers. So we should do the needful and preach this thing so that they release the husband of somebody. That's in my mind, sister. I wanted to lead the protest, but they say that we should keep telling the whole world that cattle rearers are rearing cattle with AK-47 in River State too. Thank you.
Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello, let me round up. Regional speakers, let me round up. Like network cosmic. So what I was saying is that since government cannot manage these things, they should give it out to private investors so that the private investors will take over the schools, take over the health system, healthcare system, take over our electricity, the waste and all the housing estate that they are not managing.
All right. Welcome to Today FM,
Yeah,
what's on your mind?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, intelligent.
Welcome.
For me, Sema today did well. Yes, so that our village people they say Anobaji also Abide Ajebe as they want to scatter opposition. That is why now spoil they want play for Tinubu. That is a good one from your own perspective. See what is in my mind. These women that pack that sweep in the morning. Are you there, Queen?
I can hear you. Go on.
Those women that sweep in the morning with Iriwama. I heard them in the radio, one of the radio stations at GRA was complaining that they paid them 20,000 for a month. I begin to imagine 20,000 is not even reach 400 naira per day. For a month, say even 5 months, they owe them salary. When they talk, they say, "Oh, never pay." After they collect, Wama collect 500 million to pack the spin every month. I couldn't believe it.
Okay.
So I don't know why the people will be heartless. You are giving people donuts, mature women. Then to go instead of them to gather that money, if not to go say okra for my entire market or Sangana, they waste their time for 20,000 per month. Queen, why people are wicked? Well, thank you, guys.
All right. What's on my mind, this is a text message, is the Nigerian police telling us that a rape suspect has escaped their custody in broad daylight, as in he got keys, loosed his handcuffs, took his clothes and shoes from the counter, wore them, and then walked majestically out of the station gate and nobody saw him. Wow. Indeed, the police is your friend. Johnson from Iliozu. Johnson. Okay, good evening, beautiful presenter. What is on my mind is that Nigeria's President Tinubu should resign because Nigerians are suffering too much under his clueless and incompetent government. From Dr. Prince Nelson. What is on your mind? 0810-9510951. Welcome.
Good evening, Pinchima.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, my name is Chigozi from Udohobake clan.
Chigos, you're welcome.
Thank you, my sister. My sister, I want to give, what is my mind is this. I want to give you an information what I saw in MOA, in the gas plant before Mowe College. I saw a woman that went to that gas plant to fetch water. So believe me, it's like people living in that bush there. This ram cattle. So I used this medium to inform the MOA people. Let them go and tell those people living in that bush. They should go to MOA or some other market to live to avoid any problem because we don't want any problem in MOA local government. Thank you. This is what is my mind. I remain Chigozi from Udohobake clan.
All right. The numbers are still open. What's on your mind? You can call 0810-9510951 and say what's on your mind. Then you can also send a text. Now, text, WhatsApp, or an audio recording will do to 0701-9339-962. Those are the portals that you can reach us through. Now, for YouTube, right, you can connect with us via social media platforms or handles. There's YouTube Live, it's Today 95.1 FM. There's Facebook, Today 95.1 FM. Sometimes you can follow up on our conversations on Facebook or even X, which is Today FM 951. There you can drop a comment on any post made on the conversation that we're having. Then Instagram is at Today FM 951. We have Twitch, and Twitch is Today FM 951. Then if you want to listen to us via our website, it's todayfmlive.com. todayfmlive.com, www.todayfmlive.com. You can just click listen live and you'll be hearing everything we're doing here in the studio, either via the homepage or from the menu list. Now, anywhere in the world, you can connect via that website. Again, connect via Radio Garden and TuneIn, the Radio Garden app or the TuneIn app. You search for Today 95.1 FM. So these are alternative means that you can listen to us, TuneIn or Radio Garden app. Then our website, todayfmlive.com, Twitch, Today FM 951. These are our socials, X, Today FM 951, Instagram, Today FM FM 951, Facebook at Today 95.1 FM, then YouTube Live. That there you can watch. It's visual, watch and listen at the same time. So do remember to drop your comment on these social media platforms or handles. Again, remember that you can follow any of these pages or platforms when you get there. All right, what's on your mind? 0810-951-0951. That's the number that you can dial this evening, and let's get to know what's on your mind. Shortly, we eyewitness reports, whatever's happening around you that you want to talk about, that you think you need to call government's attention to, whatever authority that you need to call their attention to it. On Eyewitness Report, you can do that. But this, what's on your mind, it could be leading up to what I said earlier about Seyi Makinde declaring his presidential ambition, or even any other thing that's happened during the course of your day that you just want to share. It can be random stuff, right? But if it's being on your mind and is worth sharing, or you think that it's worth sharing, sure, we're going to listen to you talk about it here on Today 95.1 FM. It's 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call, 0810-951-0951. Then send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-996. I'd like to take two calls, and we wrap this up this evening. Two calls, yes, just two of you calling into the show and telling me what's on your mind. Yes, we have a first caller. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, good evening. What's on your mind?
Evening.
Good evening, I can hear you. What's on your mind?
What is in my mind is that I think it's bound for
I can barely hear you. Can you speak up? All right, that call dropped. So it was difficult getting your thought. If you can call again, that works. I hope that you reach out. All right, it's 0810-951-0951. But if you can't, you can send a text or WhatsApp message. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello. Good evening, the one and only beautiful queen of the radio.
Good evening.
Bless one to you and a bad one to all the bad for the thief and shine where they go they plot with EFCC, may they come attack our dynamic governor when then the thief pass. Okay. My sister queen, you see, what is in my mind, they are in two dimensions. One, these our security forces, where they do like they act things, and this thing are reality. Now the prison whatsoever they were in the news today, how the inmate came out to say about things that is not going well there. But the prison officials, they came and debunked it and begin to tell lies as if some persons don't go to that place and see what is happening there. Likewise, the DSS, the EFCC, who went to Calabar and look how they went and in their own Rambo gymnastic style to see how a professor, did they know what it takes to be a professor? And nobody will be punished. And what happened? Their superior came out to deny and debunk and begin to give excuses. Tell me how those evil that is happening will not continue. Like in the prison, this thing. Tell me how it will not continue. The one the EFCC boys did today, tell me how it will not continue. Likewise, the police, you see their men all over collecting road and offering in the middle of the road, giving change. But when you talk, their superior will say they don't know anything like that, and nothing like that is happening. But this is the country we are in. And you will see a man again who has embezzled money here in the state, and somebody came out and said, Oguni, 390 something US dollars.
Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, good evening, my sister.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm Charles. I'm calling from Remo Africa.
All right, Charles, go on, please.
Okay, what is in my mind is that all the whole from our politicians, our government, our agencies and institutions in Nigeria. I have never all the whole bad things that have been happening. Their names, the people that committed it and all that. I have never seen certain name there. What I'm seeing are human beings that were giving birth, their names and everything. Those that are stealing our money, ministers stealing money belonging to Ministry of Power for Infrastructure, embezzlement of public funds and all that. I have never seen any day that EFCC ought jail Satan. So for me now, I am coming to believe there is nothing like Satan.
All right.
Human Satan. Then those that are working negatively, they are the ones that should be called those human beings Satan. Then those who are working positively for humanity, for the betterment of humanity, those who believe that governance is putting people first, the good things that will be good for people to use, to make use of, they are the ones that I will say they are working in the rightful hand with God. But I believe that there is God, but there is nothing like Satan, human being is Satan. That is what I have come to believe today. Thank you.
All right. That's what's on your mind. Let's see this message. We're still grappling with basic amenities in Nigeria. Most of the country is in darkness with no electricity in 2026. This country is not being run with any vision and direction. We're still sharing rights and calling it empowerment. It's a pity. The government should be what? That is okay. We're still sharing rights and calling it empowerment. This is a pity. The governor should be careful not to lead her uncompleted projects all over the place. He spent his tenure fighting an avoidable fight, flat earth from Port Harcourt. Okay, that's that one. This is another message. Good evening, sister. I'm not happy with today's government. During Good Luck Jonathan, we bought fuel 95 naira. Today, it's 1,500 naira. Innocent from Port Harcourt. Really sad. Yes, it fluctuated from 65 naira to 141 naira per liter. Right, later reduced to even 97 naira, 95 naira thereabout. That's about how many years ago? That's 1,500 naira. So many explanations to that. Yes, so many explanations to why that's the situation. This one says, okay. Can we just move away from this now? Okay. Auntie Queen, good evening. Nice to speak with you. Wonder why I've not... Okay. It's saddening how Nigeria is fast becoming a lawless country. Last month, some EFCC officials invaded my neighborhood by 5 a.m. to arrest some people. They blocked everyone from going out and threatened to shoot people from other compounds. Now, they went to a hospital and repeated the same. What a shame of a country, John. Okay. Good evening. I observe that Nigerians permit certain culture, example, overestimating material wealth, when we reap the consequences in our society, we turn around and blame the government. I am at boss. So this is what's on your mind. Thank you so much for sharing. And that's it. Let's get ourselves ready, get our voices, get our hands and everything ready for Eyewitness Reports. You're still tuned into Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Do stay.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.
Right, is that moment on the radio where your observation matters more than you can ever imagine, right? Having you right there, wherever you are in the state, whether upland or not, in what we call rural area or the urban area, wherever. Ahoda, Omuma, Eche, any part of Ikere, Atokrika, Andoni, name it. Wherever you are, it's that time for you to, bring us live to where you are by painting the pictures exactly as you saw it. You're not just painting that picture exactly as you saw it, you're explaining how it's either affecting livelihood, affecting everyday activity, affecting you as a person or you as a people. Or it may not just be your immediate environment. It could be somewhere that you moved past and then you found out that there's something that isn't just so nice in this state, something that needs immediate attention, or at least attention, or you need to call government attention to. It's important that we get to find out about these things, because imagine, yes, we do have our reporters, right, going around the state, reporting stories. Sometimes when they are caught, sometimes they go into the field and find these stories themselves. But there's just so much we can do too as a people. As Today 95.1 FM, or even as the media. So it's a cycle thing. It's something we do together, and that's the beautiful part about media in this time, in this century. Is that it's not just I just come on the radio, talk. No, you get to be part of it, right, as a listener. So welcome to Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's 10 minutes past 7, and today is May 14th, 2026. It's a Thursday evening. So what's that thing you'd like to call government's attention to? What's that area that needs development? Where is that place that hasn't had power for the past 10 years? Where is that place that the roads are terrible? Who are you calling out? What are you seeing that needs to be talked about? People need to know, be aware, for safety, for the awareness, for the publicity. Then it's important that you bring that on this show. It's Eyewitness Report again. Now the number to call is 0810 9510951. You can call that one. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message alternatively to 0701 9339 962. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Yeah, good evening, Queen.
Yes, good evening.
Is it Queen?
Yes, it's Queen. What's your name?
Okay, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
I'm Chino, calling from Ajip area of Port Harcourt.
All right, Chino, go on, please.
Yeah, my eyewitness is on. My eyewitness is on what I saw within my vicinity. Hello?
Chino,
yes.
I can hear you. Just go on.
Yes, I can. Okay. What I saw within my vicinity, that was last night, of all this, will I call them outside people are looking at them that picks empty cans. And some of them, work even late hours, like wee hours of the day. That is 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Some of them are still on the road.
Okay.
Moving around, picking all these things. And some of them use that opportunity to open some people's shop. I saw one last night.
Wow. Where were you going to?
Myself?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a security man in my where I'm working.
Okay.
So from my tinted window, I peeped. I saw this guy drop his their big bag, and he carries torch. Was pulling somebody's shop. The door, pulling the door. So I wake up. I watch at him. He was seriously pulling the door, but the owner of the shop locked the door in the way that there's nothing he can do to
open it,
to pull out the door. So I now pick up my machete. I come outside. As he hears my door, my gate, I open my gate. Now he now left that place, and I met him. I said, "What were you doing in that place?" He didn't know what to say. I said, "Will you run away from here?" He now, move out from that place. And before I saw this guy, they have already opened another, the shop close to that very one. They have already opened that one and collected things. It was this morning that the owner came and saw that they have opened a shop. And in fact, that's just what these people are doing. And why can't government pay attention to the activities of these people? How can somebody be working at that hour of the night? I don't know what to call.
Yeah, a few days ago we talked about the scavengers, scrap collectors, and cart pushers, and there were a number of suggestions made by the people. Regulate. Some people said put a ban to their movement. Some people said create a dump site where people can go keep these things and they can go there, negotiate and all. I hope that is something that the government will consider. But this is not just a scrap collector. This person is a thief or a robber, right? Because at least from your explanation, because anyone who tries to burgle someone's shop is at night is a thief, right?
Yes,
so it doesn't matter if the person is a scrap collector or not. There's another tag to that. But what's the security situation in that area though? Because you're protecting your company or where you work. But do you have, like, vigilante? Do you have police moving around? What's the security situation in that area?
This is happening within Ajip Estate.
Okay, Ajip Estate.
Yes, at Ajip Estate.
Okay.
That's where this thing happened.
So what's the security situation there like?
It's not all that tight. Securities, the residents, they are trying. They can't be everywhere now.
True.
They can't be everywhere. So, but the residents, they are trying in terms of security.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for
thank God.
for this eyewitness report. Well, that's it. If there's one thing you take out of this is that you know how well you want to protect your shop. Some people even go as far as ensuring that there's a burglary proof on their ceilings, depending on what you even sell. Certain items are really expensive. If one moves out, it's like it's going to cost you a lot. So imagine that shop was really protected. So you take a lot of effort. But the thing is with criminals is that they come and reinforce. When they try and it doesn't work, they can come back again if they understand what it's built with, or they think, okay, we can do it this other way. Really, we cannot keep saying God protects us, but we also need to put in the measures, adequate measures. Thank God for this man who saw him. But then let's hear from you. What's your eyewitness report? 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Another thing that's crossing my mind, Sha, if he saw him as a security man, he could have been able to hold him and hand him over to the police. But at that time of the day, 3 a.m., I understand. He could even try that, and some people could just come from and attack him. Right? Because that's to tell you that sometimes even the security people their lives is in danger. It's in danger. For someone who just has a machete, because that's what he has. 0810-9510-951. Calling, give us your eyewitness report on the station, Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Please, what's the dirt situation, the refuse situation like in the state? We just need to keep asking about these things until we have Port Harcourt back, we have the state back. Give us back our state. Yesterday, I just remembered something. I saw dirt somewhere. Oh goodness, it wasn't a good one. Welcome to Today FM. What's your name?
My name is Johnson J. Kenny.
All right, welcome.
Yeah, I'm calling from Andoni, beside the Astragon.
Okay.
My eyewitness is about the secondary school
of Government Secondary School Asrama.
Okay.
That was constructed during the Kilo period. And renovations has been given to indigenous and non-indigenous of that place. But they keep swallowing the money, and the school remain in a dilapidated situation till date.
So it was Okilo that constructed that school?
Yeah.
And after then, there hasn't been renovations or even rebuilding?
Renovation was done once, but since then, nothing has been done till now.
Wow.
Now, another issue that is so pressing is the light. Do you know that the whole London local government, where former chairman of the PDP National came from, where former Speaker of Rivers State House of Assembly came from, where former Deputy Governor of Rivers State came from, there is no light. We use a pass by neighbor. And now that Tinubu is selling fuel directly at all filling stations, it is difficult to even put on their pass by neighbor. My sister, for me to get this phone charge to call you, it took an extra mile. We are suffering. We are dying there. We need help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Every time you hear stories of electricity, I mean power outages or shortages or even non-existent power supply, you just think about you who has experienced power for a while. Maybe let's not talk about years, for a week, and everything and anything you can do with power. Then you just imagine someone who's staying a year, 2 years, 3 years, or even more without power. I mean, this is just basic that the government can give its people or give her people. And it's really, really sad. Really, truly sad. What is Rivers State government planning to do about electricity? Now that you can generate and distribute, what is her plan for electricity? Especially for a state as this, it's not something that should be negotiated. It's something that should start talking. What's the assembly doing? Start talking about electricity, because we know what it would do for this state. We know what it would do. We're talking about investors. What's electricity like? That certain areas cannot or have not seen power. There's a particular young girl who calls, I think maybe she's in secondary school, so she says in Ubima, Ubima also, no power. And you could hear the pain in her voice every time she talks about this. This is basic, really basic for the people. 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call. What's your eyewitness report? Remember that you can do a text message or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Let's find out what's happening around you, your area, or maybe not so much around you, somewhere not so close. That you would want to give a report of. Please, it would be highly appreciated. It's Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. A message came in earlier. Let's go through it together. Okay. What's going on with this? All right, my name is Emma Man from Mbaiche. My eyewitness report is 5,000 teachers recruitment ongoing in Rivers State is not transparent, rather politically motivated. Many people apply, but text messages were given to few people for the exam. What about other people? How can you disqualify them for nothing? Therefore, the state governor should call the committee in charge to be transparent for the process, and everybody should go for the CBT. And not by appointment or selection and nepotism. The Commissioner of Education, Dr. Peter, should be transparent by selecting, should be transparent, not by selecting his own people and leave others behind. Emma Man. All right. So this is your eyewitness report. Okay, thank you for texting. Now keep the calls coming. It's been dropping, I don't know why. But let's get to hear from you. Your eyewitness report 0810-9510-951. Welcome. It's Today FM.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Chigozie Wamadi. I'm calling from Eberamum.
Welcome, Chigozie.
Yeah, please, people should not test to criticize government. The 5,000 teachers recruitment is going accordingly. So people should call and commend Dr. Peter Swago. The man is trying. I must surely commend him. So this might take this night. Thank you very much. Let's start.
That's not an eyewitness report though. 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Today FM.
Good evening.
Yes.
My name is Ebi Gesie.
Good evening.
Actually, my eyewitness report is some Owando contractors, Owando's vendor contractors, bush clearing contractors wanted to shut down a flow station today within the Orashi region, and I think they were negotiating with the military people there. So I'm using the opportunity to tell Owando to pay their contractors, the bush clearing and vendor contractors, warehouse gas contractors, the local vendors contractors, community people. They are trying to carry out a shutdown of a flow station right now. That's my witness report. So Owando company.
All right. Are you there?
Is some persons have not been paid for 1 year, 6 months, 2 years. The warehouse gas contractor, bush clearing and access road, local community contractors that are also landlords to the oil wells and all that. That's my witness report.
All right then. Welcome to Today FM.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, my name is Samuel.
Samuel.
I'm calling from Eleleon.
Welcome.
Thank you. My witness is this of this road in Eleleon called Odani Road that links from Eleleon to Odani Express. That road actually was so bad that initially they awarded it last year for construction. But later on they left that road to the extent that it's not motorable right now. Some of us that are mobile, it's difficult for us to go home with our vehicle. Where some of us parked somewhere and took bike to our houses because of the situation of that road. We are in rainy season now. For a vehicle to cross that water every day is a case.
Okay. Hello. Oh, the network. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Yeah, my sister, good evening.
Good evening.
I am Otiwabeze Ovogoman.
Ovogoman, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I'm talking in the effect of what I used to say before. One, my community Ovogo. I don't know what we have done to government of River State. I tell you that for 15 years, no light. Since 2013, no light. Road that Amechi did, uncompleted road. My sister fell on the road last week. My sister has gotten a broken leg. Come and investigate, you see. Health center is not working. Look at how they have taken one room in primary school to do their work every Tuesday. That apart, the River State government should help us. See the Lord with the chairman of Emoha local government should help us now, give us a light and the road a big. With the they beg am Oti, they beg am make him try. That one apart, please, we are begging River State government, governor, to pay gratuity to retirees Since 2012, no way. Local government, mostly local government retirees, he should try, governor, even those who are withholding that thing, who are working one day, they will retire. We suffer the same as the people who have retired that are suffering. Even governor, one day you get out of that office. That's why he has accumulated much he can use in his life. He should help the old men that have suffered for 35 years. He should help them. I beg, I depend OT Webeze Obogo man. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Welcome to Eyewitness Report. It's Today FM.
Good evening, sister.
Good evening.
Hope you're nice here.
Welcome.
I've been reporting about this VIO people in front of Rumokoro police station. And the police is VIO. Those guys, we have black and white, VIO.
Okay.
In front of Rumokoro police station. And police is them, they are seeing them. I thought there was a court order restraining him not to come out on the road again. What is going on? And they're working with police now. Still Rumokoro police station. The DPO should question the DPO if he's involved in this bringing those boys out. Them because of their wearing black and white, disturbing people, causing hold up. VIO for that matter. Please, I don't know who is in charge of whether it's commissioner of police or the they should checkmate those guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening.
Pinchima.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I remember Chigozi from Modo Bakri Clan.
All right, Chigozi, welcome.
I thank the second to the last caller that speaking in the local government, Motogoman. I always complaining about light in the local government in general. So I recommend that man very well. I used to call upon the authority of Emo local government led by Dr. Chid Lloyd to do this needful for people of Emo local government at large. We are suffering. I'm talking to you now. I'm not blacking Chid Lloyd in this platform. I'm saying nothing but the truth. Whosoever can hear me very well. Since Chid Lloyd come to this Emo local government as a chairman, we don't have light. Like, let me take for instance, there's a Bakri man that's been sold as a traitor. One Governor Sen Fubara, one for state of emergency. We have a steady light in the local government. Please, Chid Lloyd, give us light in the local government. We are suffering. And if we go to across the local government, there's no project that is doing in our LGA. Thank you. This is my eyewitness.
All right. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes.
Hey, Chief Solomon.
All right, go on, please.
My eyewitness report, our health center, they promised to come and start it this month. You see, so I believe they should start doing something. Because today, this is throughout last week and this week, I have not get there. I don't know if they have started, but they have promised. Let them come and do something. They should make sure that they fulfill it to keep that health center in a good order. You see, so that is it. All the people that is living there, using there for residents, we have informed them to go away. The CDC has informed them to go away. You see, they promise us that they are going to start work there. So they should also fulfill their promise. We want to get that health center in order. And another thing, our community hall, we don't have community hall anymore. So government, whosoever, they should try and give us community hall. The ring road has carried away our town hall. Now we don't have town hall anymore. It is Obogoro need a town hall. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your calls. And let's see. Keep the calls coming, please. What's your eyewitness report? 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can call. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to.
Good evening. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
I've been on your line for almost about 10-15 minutes waiting for this number. You are always fast in getting it.
Oh.
Please. My name is Chief Gaskin. I get this over staying at Kings Avenue.
Welcome.
Dumbia Extension. I am 85 years old. Now, the problem I have is a complaint against NEPA. You know, they always complain that people should get prepaid. We have gotten prepaid meters. And then when they give you a token, the token will not be cleared at all. Today, I went to Station Road. I'm in a NEPA office at the Port Harcourt Township. Then I reporting this in the token they gave to me. The line did not appear very well. Why? Because the printing is fading off. So deciding the same, I saw two men complaining the same thing too. I brought it in, tried to get it and put it. Still, there is no light. So this problem, we don't know what to call it with NEPA. You say get prepaid meter. We have gotten it. The token you give to us is not clear. In the 50s, in Port Harcourt Township, we call this thing Konkosa. When they say Konkosa, it's another way of saying 419. You see, I don't understand. You say tell the people take this way, we take this way, you follow them with another way. As I am now, I'm lying on bed in darkness with my token at my bedhead. No light. What would I do?
So what was their response when you got there?
The motor is not there, the man is not there, this one is not there, and my money is with them. Others are complaining. Am I the only one? I don't want to say, when you tell the truth, the next thing is to kill you. If they don't kill you, lock you up. So I'm dying in silence. But my advice to you people, if we of 85 will suffer this way, I wonder what you 60 middle-aged people, what will come to you people in future. It's teaching time saves 9. Please, you people should do something for yourself. As we are quarter to go. Anyhow you like, we have left Nigeria for you people. Do it as you like. But don't allow the old men to die on their knees. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome. Eyewitness report.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, so my own eyewitness report here is we don't have electricity in our community, LLH.
Okay.
We don't have electricity because we have ordinary solar street light. We don't have market.
How long now?
Since market, more than 15 years to 20 years now, we don't have standard market in the LLH. And we don't have electricity there.
That's really sad.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for this. Right, keep the calls coming. 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can get through to us with and see what's happening around you. What is your eyewitness report? All right, it's 0810-9510-951. And you can reach out, you can call and give yours. Well, good evening, beautiful presenter. My eyewitness report is the increase of Yahoo boys across River State. I call on EFCC, River State Command, to go after those criminals stealing from innocent people. I call them lazy criminals that refuse to do genuine work to make genuine money. Dr. Prince Nelson. All right. How do you spot them? You think you know them when you see them? Kingsley. But then, fraud is this. There's this report I saw. Let me see if I can get that report. All right, about internet fraudsters, how it's increased in Nigeria. I will just look for that report and read to us so that we understand the situation of things in the country. Right. Yeah, I've seen it. Let's get that article. Okay, give me a second. Well, keep the calls coming. 0810 9510 951. 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can call. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. That's it for Eyewitness Report. Welcome to Today FM.
Good evening. This
Yeah.
is Chinda calling from Chinda.
Yeah, good evening. Can you kindly speak up, please?
I said this is Chinda calling from Chinda.
All right, go on, please.
My eyewitness is this fraudsters, these Yahoo boys. This thing is too much in Port Harcourt, my sister. The activities is too much. You understand? And I don't really blame.
Are you there? The call dropped. And this is the second person calling to talk about the increase of fraudsters, internet fraudsters. Yes, so I've seen it, right? And I'm going to read it for you. And I don't know how well what the EFCC is truly doing to curb this. Last year, Olukoide had put out sometime in September. He had talked about how internet fraudsters are responsible for visa restrictions, Nigerians' visas being restricted, and giving the name the country has, as you know, everyone raising their brows the moment they hear that you're Nigerian because they think everyone is a fraudster. But this report said that internet fraud has experienced a rapid upsurge, driving the country to rank 5th globally in cybercrime sources and 12th in international cybercrime complaints. Popularly known as Yahoo Yahoo, the surge is heavily concentrated among the youth and tech-literate university students. Well, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC reported that cybercrimes now drain billions of naira annually, including a single-year loss exceeding 100 billion naira, and face weekly incident rates that double the global average. Now, here is the sad part, is that 40% of young Nigerians are 40% of the country's large youth population, of Nigeria's population, involved in this because of there are a number of factors. Talk about unemployment, poverty, and economic strain. Things like peer pressure or the evolving crime structures just come like way down, but unemployment, poverty, and economic strain is almost top of the list. So are we going back to what the government can do or should be doing? Is that it? Strengthening the education sector, right? Create jobs, invest in youthful opportunities, meaningful opportunities, education opportunities. Let education be pricey. When I say pricey, I mean let people who do well in their education get some form of merit that gives education a platform of excellence, and it should be celebrated much more than it's celebrated. Let the educational sector be fixed. Well, this is just something by the side. Eyewitness report, please. But I mean, it was because you said that's the increase of internet fraudsters. You have noticed that it's increasing, right? Whatever your what's the word now? Your method of identification is, but you think it's it. And someone else calls again to say the same thing. That's why we went that angle. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
I called back.
Yeah, then kindly speak up. Your voice is really low.
Can you hear me now?
It's better.
What I'm actually saying is, the rise, the major cause. If I tell you the major cause, you wouldn't believe.
Please tell me.
Not joblessness. There have been joblessness since all this while. Look, this church is a difficult thing for us to believe. The church is the major factor.
Really?
You understand?
Tell me, why do you say so?
I'm coming. Just give me time. The church is the major factor. When our preachers, when they fail to tell the young people that there is dignity in labor, that there is no shortcut that human blood cannot bring money. If you fail to tell these people, they come to the church Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday to listen to you. And you are telling them, sweat, don't sweat, you will make wealth. Is it possible, my sister? I've been on this earth for 43 years to 44 years. I've never seen a shortcut to making money. You understand? Tell this our churches, Ludo is doing the job in Anambra. He's doing the job. I think you say you'll be a miracle worker. Come go rise one person up from hospital bed.
All right then. Thank you for your eyewitness report. 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Today FM.
Hello, ma.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Comrade Kabari. I'm calling from Banleku in Ghana.
Welcome.
Of course, I always told you that when it comes to eyewitness reports, that we have it in abundance. I think a paramount ruler, Kaloko, in Ghana local government, this week has just raised alarm on the deteriorated state of our health, primary schools and what have you across Yonkana. Is unfortunate. Yonkana is not part of Ghana any longer. Reason being that the authority that seems to concentrate on Bori. And that's to tell you that they don't know what governance and development is all about. So I can't call on government, but my interest is on this Yahoo issue. You see, I have oftentimes raised alarm on this post about this. I stated that if you don't admit that Yahoo people are murderers, then you are not being realistic. Every Yahoo person is a killer and deserves to be killed.
All right then.
Now, this is it. And this is the sad part that even the media cannot admit. I am a brave Rivers youth, and I hate fraud than being any other person. But listen, let me shock you. If not for the proceeds from Yahoo, I tell you, Nigerians would have suffered beyond it is suffering today, whether you like it or not. That's you have read the percentage in the university. You have read the percentage among the Nigerian youth.
All right then. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening. What's your eyewitness report, please?
My eyewitness report is severally or recently I've been seeing people sharing money. They will write your name. You belong to this world. They will send you money, 50,000, 70,000.
Where?
Yes.
Where's
my eyewitness report.
Where's that happening? Where's that happening?
Everybody know. It is happening everywhere around. Any caller that calls you, ask the person again. Ask the person what I just said. They will tell you it's true.
So
people you saw inducing. They are sending money as per election. Yes.
Have you received any?
I've not received because I did not go there. I didn't write my name. If you write your name, I don't want to mention any party, but I know the party. I saw them.
Okay.
You understand me? They are sharing 50,000 each.
Wow.
Yes. It is clear. That is to tell you that there is no hope for this country. But we'll keep on hoping.
This is serious.
You understand? That is why you have more Yahoo boys on the streets. Meanwhile, if you want to talk about Yahoo boys, these are the Yahoo men. They taught these boys to do these things. You see, the thing spoils from up.
All right. Yeah. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Are you there? All right, that call dropped. Wow. Okay. Such eyewitness report. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Yeah. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Eyewitness report. I have no longer shining.
Where's that? I did not quite get your introduction. Where?
That center was property
Your network is poor. Your network is poor. Call again, please. Welcome to Today FM. What's your eyewitness report?
Yeah, good evening, my sister.
Good evening.
Yes, please, my name, please.
Please go on.
My sister, when I listen to some type of story, I become sad in my heart. In a river state or Niger Delta that have trillions, have resort that will give us money. Every Niger Delta man supposed to have free money from the oil that everybody will suffer. You can see how many calls people are calling, how suffering people are suffering. And these are people who are coming out again to say, oh, I am going to do my best for you people. As I'm talking to you, these lights have removed so many workers from office. Now, somebody called about Yahoo. My sister, as I'm talking to you, I do not support that God hear the prayer of the poor people. It's not going to be Yahoo something. By now, Nigeria, one state, especially the river state, you will hear case of robbery daytime. Corrupt daytime, they will come to collect their money. You can see how can somebody who no work? You get their paper, they are not work. The super for 5 years, they are not work. And somebody's children are enjoying. They use salary to intimidate people. Look at how can a state, a community that deputy governor come, the governor come, and they are not right. And people are coming out to preach to people like this. Are they people human beings? But by the grace of God, one day, God will answer the prayer. Thank you very much. Praise my name.
All right. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Please go on.
My eyewitness is about Ogbogoro Road. Since how many days now, rain have been falling. The Ogbogoro people are complaining. The water you cannot pass from Ozoba to Ogbogoro is very bad. And people are complaining. The governor, the Minister of Works, and the Julius Beja, the contractor, they don't know what to do again. Let them come and help us. If not, you cannot pass. We cannot pass to our school children. Cannot pass. You see them pulling their socks, pulling their knicker to swim the water across to that. It's opposite the primary school. So we are begging. Another eyewitness I have is what I saw today at the government house. We want good governance. But look at a cup of rice and women are dancing happy. And we want good governance. How can we want good governance? If not just wait food there, they don't get family, they don't get what to eat, to go and stand for land, to stand for sun, and collect one cup of rice. It's a pity for the state, a pity for the country. Thank you.
All right, and that's 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Today FM. What's your eyewitness report?
Yeah, Lady Queen, I call back, raising up and question.
All right, welcome, please.
Yes. I've been talking about my Chokocho in the Pipeline Road.
Okay.
I don't know how my people will suffer again. You know that the rain, the flooding will be high this year, according to the prediction. And people are going to suffer. I've been complaining of this road. I was praying that the federal government should lift the state of emergency against the governor. And as God may have it, the emergency was lifted. I was hopeful that road will be attended to. But unfortunately, the governor still abandoned that road up to now. So I'm calling on him. I'm equally calling on NDDC. Baby Queen, it gives me bothering why the people of Eche will be lacking basic amenities that ordinarily they are supposed to have. If you look at the oil that is in Eche, you talk about Umechen, talk about Umedli, Odogwa, Ukrago, Ukrengwa, Igbo, and all the rest put together. Imagine what is coming from Eche in terms of revenue, both to the state government and the federal government. And yet, we are still begging for fix our hospital, fix our schools, fix our roads, give us the basic infrastructure, the basic amenities that ordinarily we are supposed to have. We are still begging it. But I want to believe that one day, that since people are sleeping, one day we will wake up. And when we wake up, when people will wake up, all the road oil installations in the year will be shut down. And that is when both the state government and federal government will know the importance of the people. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for your calls. We'll just wrap this up here. And 8 o'clock would be security and you. I told you we'll be talking about an aspect of what causes insecurity. According to research, what causes insecurity? One of it, we're going to pick it and talk about it. Because most times, these things need to be nipped in the bud. You just don't talk about insecurity. What truly fuels it? Why is it happening? So we'll talk about that on Security and You. Mr. Smith, the security analyst and expert, will be coming. And we'll go through that on Security and You in about 5 to 6 minutes. We'll wrap up with this message where this person says, "Good evening, beautiful presenter. My eyewitness report is the increase of Yahoo boys approach." And that's it. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening. Do stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
of fraudsters, and you see that there's an increase, a sudden increase, or maybe not sudden. And I was wrapping that up with emphasizing on how education is important and how our government should pay so much attention to education. Well, interestingly, on Security and You today, we're going to be looking at how Nigeria's education system is, if it's suitable enough to creating the kind of classroom, but not just classroom, but development that young people have. But Nigeria is facing a silent but dangerous shift where broken classrooms are no longer just failing students, but quietly producing a generation vulnerable to crime, recruitment, and manipulation. As education weakens, the streets, criminal networks, and survival instincts take over the role of shaping young minds, creating a growing pipeline from school dropout to insecurity. On today's edition of Security and You, the big question is Nigeria's education system creating a classroom to crime pipeline? Why? Why is that happening? And I have my guest in the studio, Mr. Smith Dibia. It's good to have you join. It's good to have you on the show. Good evening, Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Queen. How are you doing?
Well, I'm fine. I guess I am. I'm trying.
Yeah, you. Oh, you're trying to be fine.
I'm trying. I think I'm trying to be fine today. I'm trying to be fine. Someone said to me last night when she asked me how I was doing fine, she said, "This our cliche response is too much. The moment someone asks you how you're doing, fine.
Yeah.
Whether you're fine or not, fine."
Yeah, that's actually what it is. But the truth is that, just like you said, you're trying to be fine.
Yes, today I'm trying to be fine.
Yeah, because even me, I'm also trying to be fine. Yes, because while I was driving coming, your eyewitness
report
is like a recurring thing where we talk about roads, lights, and all of this, and that just something kept ringing in my head, and I was just like, ordinarily it's even very easy to rule Nigerians, because imagine that you give us good roads, and you provide us with electricity and the health. You know why sometimes people don't talk much about health system and probably education system is because we can actually get it in the private sector.
Yeah.
So to an extent, it's like it is not a normal thing. So you can just walk into any private sector and take care of your health, and probably for that. But ordinarily, if imagine that we just have life, we have good roads, we have health care system, and we have education fixed. Tell me the problem of Nigeria. What will Nigerian complain again?
No, hardly anything. Hardly anything.
We're gonna complain. So that tells you that ruling us here is, for me, is just very simple. But unfortunately, do we have roads? Do we have
electricity,
the health center, electricity, and all of that?
Someone said for 15 years they had not seen power in their area.
Yes.
15.
Something happened.
A 15-year-old boy is... It's a big boy.
It's a big boy. December, something happened. We had a friend that came back from US or there, but then she came with family.
Okay.
And they were in a hotel for the period they came. So they came to visit the father. And that night, unfortunately, their solar failed. So light went off. She said that the noise, the kind of shout, the children, they were scared. The small ones, that should be about 4 years, he was shouting, "Mommy, mommy, mommy." So when she heard it, she felt like something has happened. So she ran everywhere, blackout and all that. So she was like, "What happened? What happened?" I held the boy. The boy, when they on the generator, the boy was shouting, "That's blackout, blackout. Do they want to fight war? Is war coming? Is war coming?" The mother was asking, no war. This is just how it works.
That is how it works here.
This is how it works here. And the boy was saying, but they told us whenever there is blackout, there is supposed to be war. War is somewhere. So what are we saying? Because something has failed. And at every point things failed, the end result leads to crime. Yes, anything. Just call it anything. When you have failure in health system, what takes over is the street, and you have failure in the educational system, the street takes over. You have failure in the whatever, the street takes over, and the street does not teach discipline.
It doesn't. It's a cruel place. It's a ras place.
Does not teach moral.
Doesn't.
The street does not do this. The
doesn't
street,
care who's your father or your mother.
Doesn't care. So that's why we shouldn't allow things to fail. The reason why, like the story I gave you, why the boy was shouting if the war wants to start is because he had already been informed, educated from that level that there shouldn't be anything that will make power to fail. At that level of 4 years, he never saw power failure. He never witnessed it. He witnessed it just December. I'm telling you, just a few months ago that they came. So imagine that kind of knowledge that has been transferred to this little boy of 4 years. And I tell you, if he becomes a local government chairman, power will never fail in that local government.
True.
Whatever he becomes, anywhere you take him, he must do everything humanly possible that power should not fail. Do you know why? Because he didn't just learn it. There was that education. There was that knowledge that was transferred to him. Exactly what was saying, that when education fails, it now leads to crime.
So are you saying that well, first let's have an overview of what's our education sector.
Okay.
Because you're already saying that if education fails, crime happens. And someone may be saying, oh, maybe our education sector is not failing, no. Maybe it's functioning 100%. Let's have an overview of what education is like here in the country. Do you think it's a beautiful experience? Do you think where the government is doing it rightly? I mean, for someone who's a security expert and you've been able to study areas to some of the areas that are responsible for security or insecurity, is education one of it? First, what's the overview of education here?
Yeah. You know, in every society, the classroom, I've said here, is meant to shape minds.
Okay.
Yeah. It means to build value and create lawful citizens. That's what the classroom is meant to do. Yeah. But when education collapses, something dangerous replaces it. And that's what I call the street. And I have also told you that the street does not teach discipline, it does not teach ethics, it does not teach anything else. You know, if you go to UNICEF, they told us here that over 20 million out of school children in Nigeria. Over. This was about 2025. That's September 2025. Yeah. Now, over 20 million out of school children. And this is the highest globally. In the world, we have the highest for now out of school children. And public school infrastructure decay and all of that. Now, I hear each time you do your eyewitness, there is this guy that used to send a particular school in HA also. I mean, anybody anchoring it struggle to read those schools. Buy this, buy that, buy that. I know. That has been happening since last year, if I'm not mistaken. And I can tell you that those schools are still there, still dilapidated. Every society that fails to invest in education, then that society is tilting to a high level of insecurity, that a war that we cannot even win.
So is that how it's? So if you
for us here, I think that based on my research, you know, I said it the other time that as the religious person looks for soul, so we also look for how to get a crime-free society. As much as we might not be able to succeed that, but we begin to ask, why are these things happening? Why is it that crime is increasing on a daily basis? Why are you no longer focusing on legitimate means of making money. Rather, focus on quick money. As such, dropping out from school, as such, not even interested in the school system. That's why we've gone as far as trying to research what is this for? What is really happening? What's the gap? What has happened that this is happening? And we discover that the educational system is gradually failing. When we were in school, we lived in a public hostel, that's school hostel.
Yeah.
And we're comfortable. That is not those people that, the story we used to have before, that then they give them meals, chicken, and all of that. I didn't meet that one.
Okay.
But we were in a hostel that is comfortable, where you could just go, stay, and do your thing. But how many of our hostels now are comfortable? When I mean comfortable, I'm not talking about AC, I'm not talking about furnishing, I'm just talking about the basic thing, just the toilet system.
It's one of the schools, medical school.
Okay.
They were protesting. Yeah.
Yes. I'm not talking about maybe you give them orthopedic mattresses and all. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the basic thing.
Basic.
Just the toilet system. Just water. Just to treat the water that they are. I mean, these are just the basic things. How many? So, because of that failure, student no longer wants to stay in the public hostel. They stay in private hostel. And when a student stays in a private hostel, there is bound to be distraction. There is no way he or she will not be distracted, because staying in the school environment has some level of control.
Yeah.
Because you know that my hostel is going to be locked by 10. So as such, I should be able to come back before 10. You know that maybe while you're trying to distract yourself, you just see few persons of your mates reading, studying.
Yeah.
And by the time they do it 2, 3, 4 times, and you notice that, me that is just pressing phone for how many hours, this fellow had always been reading. It motivates you to do that. But because of the failure, student no longer wants to stay in that environment. They now go off campus, is what they call it.
Yeah.
And once you do that, I say there is bound to be distraction, because in the hostel there are time for visitors, and you have the boys hostel, you have the girls hostel. So even the time for the guest hostel visitors are there, so those times are regulated. So if you're probably with your friend and the time is exhausted, you have to leave to attend to leisure. So if anybody can visit, and as such reduces the quality of what is going to come out with.
Yeah.
Because school, the classroom, like I have said, is to teach moral, is to educate us, is to teach discipline. And that is why when you don't get this level of discipline that you're supposed to get in a classroom, like I just told you of a boy, if you don't get this level,
mind has been framed.
Yes, framed. If you don't get this level, you want to act like, there are things you can't refine. As such, we just end up producing a half-baked educated person. And that particular half-baked educated person is a vulnerable person. Because when you cannot comprehend adequately, when you cannot reason properly from what you've gotten from the four walls of education, then you are very vulnerable. Because that's why you see our youth out there from 15, 18, and all of that, joining what we call fraudsters, trying to defraud people and all of that. And now, instead of them to teach their education towards the area that will be productive for the society, they are tilting it towards the other area, because while they are in that classroom, they did not get that kind of value that they are supposed to get. That's why I go to university, you see children coming with cars that are even more sophisticated than that of
what sort of investment is the government putting even in the teachers? I know
exactly what
lecturers.
Exactly what we're saying. Now, the poor welfare is another thing. Like I said, that the street does not teach discipline. It doesn't do that. Now, you see, like in Nigeria, you have poor teachers welfare. If you go to, in fact, there are one or two programs we do in the universities, and sometimes I see some of these lecturers, and when you hear them talk, you know that these guys are just putting up all they have, but not really being properly taken care of.
Yeah,
I said it across my program about the opportunity to do one or two outside, and while I was schooling there, you know, Nigerians, we can do. Sometimes we approach lecturers and we could take you out and probably go out for tea break and all that, and they tell you, no, what are you going for tea break for? The school provides tea for me.
So he doesn't need your money from you.
Now sometimes we'll say, oh, how are you going? Can we put gas for you? He said, no, I have gas. The school provides gas for me.
Yeah.
Also, okay, let's buy you water.
School provides.
The school provides water for me. So you see this, they never collected anything from us. Every corner we've gone to,
you carried your culture of giving here today.
Exactly. Whatever anywhere you say no. Even when they are driving, you say let's go. I can add gas for you. Say no. Every gas I do, the school pays for it. So imagine this kind of thing. Even to their tools, their laptops, their data, everything, the school pays for this. But how are they doing this to the lecturers that you have here?
Yeah.
So that poor welfare is what is gradually killing the educational sector. Imagine a situation where a foreign student will come here now and tell our lecturer, in fact, it doesn't even need to say so. I would say, you need to buy fuel for somebody. Exactly. But those places, you say it, they said no. They rejected every offer because the establishment, the school, the government takes care of all their things. Now imagine a lecturer that is in a classroom teaching morning to evening, finish, comes back to his office, no power. He sits there, he sweats there. In fact, there is one I gave a particular work to review. I went to his office, he said, please, I cannot review your work. I'm sweating to my boxers. And I saw that he was actually sweating. That's to tell you, this is a university I'm talking about. Now, we will now talk about the basic education, where you have the primary schools and all that. Go to primary schools and see what a primary school looks like. That's why I studied this guy, a philosopher, Amy Duncan, who said that education as a society, education is a society's tool for creating moral discipline and shared value. He argued that schools teaches rules, norms, and collective conscience, and that is what keeps the society stable. So imagine a philosopher that had existed for long, and he was saying that school teaches rules, norms, and collective conscience, and he says that that's what keeps the society stable. And he further said that when education fails, society enters a state he called anomia. That is a non-lessness state. a state where there is nothing like none. And when a state is on that non-listening state, people no longer know what is right or wrong.
So are you saying that the spate of insecurity or the rate of insecurity that we see in our country today is directly proportionate to the failure of our education system?
Yes. Because when you see, when that foundation fails, a child goes to school and is sitting on bare floor to learn. What are you trying to tell the child? What you're trying to write to the child is that this other guy that dresses well and sees in a private school is better than you, that sees on the bare floor. And what is that child thinking? When I grow up, my children will never come to this school. I will make sure.
Do anything.
I will make
legal,
sure.
Illegal.
Anything. I will make sure my children.
Something to aspire to.
Exactly.
There's a survival mentality that we have. Struggling mentality.
Yes. Trying to change a narrative.
Yes.
So, as a child, you are saying, I'm not going to sit in this. My children will not do this. Because you are seeing it as suffering. Ordinarily, a government school is supposed to be one that
provides
everything. There's not going to be inequality. We're not supposed to be having conflict.
The windows are off.
Exactly. So when you see the children in government schools, they begin to feel that they are not doing well. They're not supposed to be here. They are supposed to be in one of those big schools, painted and all ACs and all that. So what you're trying to put in them, I'm telling you from the foundational stage, what you're trying to put in them is, I will do everything humanly possible to see that my children does not do this. And as such, when they begin to grow, they are not looking at even the education, because for them, that has failed already. Because they never got anything there apart from the stress of trying to put in one or two. They never had it in a conducive environment. So they are growing up with the mindset of competition. They want to grow so that they can change the narrative in their family. So that nobody in my family will come to this public school again. All of them will go to private school. And at that point, you are rewriting the future of that particular child to a conflict state, whereby at every point he's looking at what should I do to come out from this particular state, and whatever he sees that could bring him from that particular state, he takes it. And that's why you see our youth everywhere.
So the educational challenge is multifaceted. Right from the top, first, the low budget. We're not meeting UNESCO's we haven't met UNESCO's recommendation for our budget for education. We haven't done that in years, which has translated into a number of things like infrastructure deficit, obviously the out of school crisis that we have, the high pupil to teacher ratio. I mean, some schools we hear that there are no teachers. Some of these public schools. And then the shift to a private sector where we're asking questions about the regulation. You know, a private person will run their business however they want to. So if you can afford, you afford. If you cannot, then if they can give you what they can give you, poor or efficient, they give you. If they don't, how well do you complain? So it's a lot already. And we already have an insecurity crisis to battle. As a security expert, right, what is there ever going to be a balance? Would we ever come out of this? What would be done? And how long is this going to take us as a people to get there? Let's take a commercial. As we get back, we give response to this. It's Security and You on Today 95.1 FM. Just stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Security and you on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I've been speaking to security expert Smith Dibia, and we're looking at Nigeria's education sector and how it has contributed to the insecurity in the country, and asking questions around what can be done. I mean, is Nigeria's education system creating a classroom to crime pipeline? We're going to open the phone lines. I mean, shortly, maybe we'll get 2 or 3 calls, but let's get back to you, Smith Dibia. I mean, I was asking a question about what can be done. It seems the gap seems to be wide. I don't know if you think so.
Yeah, the gap is wide, and it is continuing. The inequality will still continue. Yeah. And now the thing is this, like I said, why are we even failing? First, yesterday I heard over the news that a person was arrested for 500 billion fraud.
Yes.
Another one 30-something billion fraud. Another one 80-something billion. And last year or thereabouts, we had a particular man having over 500 and something duplexes and all that. That's why we are not meeting up the UNESCO recommendations, because
for budgeting, education,
when you are properly educated, I tell you, you don't need what's this money? What are you going to do with 500 billion as an educated person? That's why I say go outside this country, you see how they live. Educated people doesn't go for this kind of work. They don't go for this kind of thing. So in the first place, why are we even failing? It's because you have people that, yes, they can speak, they can write, but they are not sound. They don't have this mind, a refined mind. They are not too disciplined. That's why a person will sit in a place and take 500 billion. So exactly why we are failing. That's why the gap is still expanding. And the only way we can have this gap close, if not just 100%. You see, in Ghana, before it used to be the tertiary institution, now even the high school, people are still going to Ghana. Because that's what they have in Ghana. They call it free senior high school policy. And this free senior high school policy is just what the government here have as free school, free education. Yeah. But how is this free education working? But over there, it is working because these things are given to educated mind. You see, this thing we call education is not just how to read and write. Because if a man is well educated, sound, he he is not moved by this kind of billions. It is people that are not properly educated. When you talk of mind, when you talk of refine, those are the people that wants to keep 1 billion, 200 billion.
Yeah.
They want to buy the highest car. They want to dress. I mean, go to places where you have educated people doing good things.
Yeah.
You don't see them wear these things and all that. But when you deal with a person that is not properly educated, you see them using millions to just buy something that doesn't have value. Because for them, it is high level of inferiority. They try to see how they could be validated in the society. But an educated man does not need validation. He is refined already. So it doesn't need your validation. His appearance has nothing to do with your validation.
Yeah.
Just talk to him. He starts bringing what he has. That's why when you have this kind of people in authority, they sit down and see how society will work. You cannot have people that are well educated. That's just being able to separate it, not just to read and write. Because we have problems where people call on phone almost on a daily basis, complaining for a particular thing. And you have people in the authority that you know are PhD holders and all of that, well educated from that angle of education. But could still not think, if I'm a local government chairman and I have schools under me, how am I educating the people, the children that will take over from me tomorrow? So for me, it is a space, the gap is much, and it's coming from the uneducated mindset.
Okay.
That's why a particular person will loot that kind of money. And that money, of course, is not his money. It could be given to him to do one or two. A man came here as a governor. I don't know him apart from knowing him as my governor. I don't think he knows me. That's the Rotimi Amechi. And as at that point, he built over 100 and something primary schools.
Yeah.
Well, modern schools. I happened to do one or two IT work configurations in those schools. And ordinarily, we were thinking that sustainability would have become another thing, that another government comes and sustain that particular project.
Happen.
And it never happened. So visit those places, you could see that the children don't even have a place to ease themselves.
The value placed on education is the thing. Because why is the federal government not even meeting up to, why are they doing 6% of the budget for education? It's about 6.1, 2026 budget 6.1%. And UNESCO says that at least about 15 to 20%.
Are they doing better in the recurring capital budget? Are they doing better in buying themselves their vehicles and all that? They do 100% there, right?
Yeah.
They do 100% in building houses for themselves and all that. Just remember a few weeks ago, ambassadors designate and all that, they were asked to give them houses, land in Abuja. So they do well because those ones are directly affecting them.
So do you think we're sinking? Do you think we would never get it right?
We might not get it right.
We might not.
We might not. If we continue like this, we might not. Okay, fine.
So we'll just keep complaining insecurity, and nothing will be changing?
Because the foundation is collapsing, is still collapsing, which is the educational system. And that's why I'm saying that, okay, we're not having this Boko Haram and all of that before. You see, failure to attend to some of these things over time brings us to the level of insecurity that we can never win.
The compound effect.
Yes. Imagine when Goodluck Jonathan started the Amajiri school, and if it was sustained, you imagine how many persons would have gotten educated there. And probably some of those guys that are in the forest terrorizing our people probably would have been in one ministry. Probably would have been in one ministry or the other. Probably would have been in one government television or the other. Probably would have been in one business or the other. But because we did not sustain that, because we didn't see that as a way to reduce crime and criminality. And that's why we have more people being vulnerable.
Let's open the phone line to get 1 or 2 calls and come back to you. So maybe you proffer solutions. Because as a security expert and expert, these things, researches have been done, put to the table. Papers, research are done, papers are available. Why is the government not attending to it as fast as possible? Why? But 0810-9510-951. Welcome to Security and You. Can you hear us? Welcome. Welcome.
Hello, Rona.
It's Queen. Good evening.
Okay, Queen. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
You see, there is a lot of challenges in education sector. Our students, why they are involving themselves in so many crimes, because they are lacking securities. We have civil defense, we have NFSS, all these two security, at least government supposed to hand them over to students, to secure students. You see, so if you come to Obogoro here right now, we are lacking security in our government school. There is no security. They are lacking security. Even most of the government schools supposed to be fenced round. They don't have good fence.
All right then.
You see, so they should give them a dwarf fence, not the taller kind of fencing.
All right then. Welcome to Security and You.
Hello, King. Good evening, and good evening to your guests.
Good evening.
I'm Onyagwara Dennis. Hello?
We can hear you. Go on, please. Welcome. A minute, please.
The welfare of a people guarantees a better society. When you look at the Scandinavian countries, you find out that nobody is left out. For instance, in economics, we read about equitable distribution of wealth. If the people ruling us, are not acting like invaders, because I've never seen any criminals come to your house and then bring you gifts or even spare you. All they want to do is to intimidate you, shoot you, to make sure that you tell the truth about all the monies you have. You understand? Imagine a situation where your child knows that his future is guaranteed, welfare is guaranteed. He will get his own house, just like they do those apartment buildings abroad. My son traveled just a few weeks back, and the same swimming pools, the same lawn tennis court in our residential area is what I saw him playing in, and you now begin to appreciate why my own second son said he's not coming back here. I'm begging all of them to make sure that they return back, using God as a bet for them. You understand? The truth is that if we do not start looking for proper elections, for instance, the National Assembly should make laws to guarantee that people vote and their votes count. Otherwise, it's a bleak future for Nigeria.
All right. Well, let's get back to you, Mr. Smith, because we're wrapping up. We can take further calls. I mean, in about 2 minutes, you already identified that the gap is wide and it will take a lot. But, I mean, what's that a lot and how fast can it be?
Okay, fine. Let's just say we'll take 2.
Okay.
1, funding educational system.
Okay.
Like we've said here, we're not meeting up.
At all.
The
Not
funding.
even close to half.
Okay, fine. But we're meeting up in every other thing. Like, whatever that favors them, they're meeting up.
Yeah.
That's why, because we're not meeting up, they also know that we're not meeting up. That's why their children are not here. Virtually all of them. All of them, their children are outside. I don't even want to say ordinary, but then all of them, their children are outside. So, if we fund education, make sure that those places you take your children to, replicate them and bring them here. Exactly what it's going to be. That we're going to have some level of peace.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I will also say that, secondly, we should also see how to make our education, that's the welfare of the people that are passing this knowledge,
Right.
one that will be comfortable as such. There's no need for them to begin to ask students for anything.
All right.
Just like what we see every time.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Smith Divya. We could continue this conversation next week, so we can exhaust it, or except something else comes up urgently.
Let me just say that the classroom is the first line of defense against crime. If we neglect it, we empower the street. And when the street takes over, security becomes a battle that we may not win.
All right. Thank you so much for your thoughts. I'm sorry we can't take more of your calls. But next week, we'll see how we can incorporate that. Do have a fantastic evening, Smith Divya. And I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Welcome to another edition of Global Sports Updates with Godwin Enakela. Yesterday we had Jeff Bute, the coach of Sporting Lagos, who had just gained promotion to the Premier League, and of course champions of the Nigerian National League. He told you the story of how he started yesterday without a certificate. Does he have one now? What are his plans for Sporting Lagos? All this and so much more on this edition of the show when we come back. Jeff, having been an assistant to Shola Adego for a season, or even more than that, from the academy to the first team, what was that thing, or what was those things that you needed to do differently because you have set a target for yourself? Tell us what target you set for yourself when you were going into the season. First, there was the promotion tickets. Number two, there was the fear of the team going down and not failing. So tell us, what did you do? You sat down after you were given this job and you said to yourself, these are the things I need to do, and this is the target I'm setting for myself.
The first thing I did do, the first one was to build a culture that drives winning. I felt like we needed a culture reset, wanted us to put in place and then create an environment around it so that could help the players succeed, and then the team and the club as a whole succeed. And then secondly, we made it clear what the objective for the season was, which was promotion. Everything we were doing was tied between these two objectives that we set. And then we set out to recruit certain players, bring in a coaching staff. And I told myself that we were going to take a lot of risk in terms of playing style. You saw most of our games. Sometimes they were so edgy, people were out of their seats a lot of times. And we knew that if we set ourselves up tactically, we were going to be better than a lot of teams. And I think that was what helped us. And some of these things that were small details, we made sure that we fixed them. And then we were driving them day by day to make sure they became a culture.
Before we get to the game in Osun State, now, which would you describe as the most difficult, the most challenging game of the season 2025-2026 Nigeria National League promotion bid?
I think the game versus Ekiti at home, that we got the stoppage time winner, I think that was one of the most challenging games for us, seeing how much chances we created and couldn't come back. I'll also say the game versus Abakaliki at home, and then the Rovers game that took us to first place with a point over Aqua United. I think those games were very important games for us this season.
As we go, Jeff Bote, head coach of Sporting Lagos, I want to take you to Ikene for the Super 4. Now, before then, you went to Osun State to play Osun United. And before going for that game, Osun United were relegated. So it wasn't supposed to be a difficult game. Did you have any inkling about that game being difficult? And tell us, what was it like for you before, during, and after the game?
I think going into that game, we knew Osun were relegated. They really didn't have anything to play for. But again, you know, the home factor of the NNL and the Nigerian football as a whole. People don't like to lose at home, and we knew that Aqua United are also in contention for promotion. So we didn't want to leave anything to chance. And before the game, I was confident that we were going to get all 3 points. During the game, I was just praying for a miracle during the game, because what we faced, I don't think I have faced it before in my entire coaching career. Neither have I seen it anywhere. I think it was against all odds that we got out of Osun with the victory. And after the game, I was ecstatic. I didn't even know what to do. I was on the floor for some minutes before I picked myself up to celebrate with the team. I think it was a roller coaster of emotions before, during, and after the game at Osun United.
Now let's go to when you started believing that, hey, we can do it. Sporting Lagos will get the sole ticket in this Group B of the Nigerian National League. When precisely was this?
For me, I think after victory away at Thomas, I think that was a turning point for us. We knew that we were in touching distance, and this is achievable. I think we always believed, even when we were not doing so well, that we could or we can get promotion. But I think the one that's really stirred up the final phase of belief for us was that impractical win at Thomas. At that point, we knew that it was all in our hands now for us to lose.
Before I let you go, Jeff Bote, now, you had to go to Ikene, knowing that you already knew that you qualified to play in the Premier League in Nigeria. What was the target going to Ikene, and what was it like for you at the end of it all?
Yeah, for us, the target was to add the silverware and to just do what we set out to do from the start of the season. We told ourselves that we were going to compete, and that was part of our objectives. We wanted to compete in every game, in the training session, in friendly matches, in competitive games. We always wanted to compete. So the goal at Ikene was that we want to compete, and also that there's been no official trophy for this football club. It's always been some of the side tournaments that we participate in that we win. It was a task for us to bring an official trophy to this club and to end the season as champions. And thankfully, we were able to achieve that.
Jeff, on this note, I want to say congratulations. Started the season on a good note, ended it as the overall champion of the Nigerian National League. Of course, before then, a promotion ticket to the Premier League in the bag. What is next? Is it time to rest and think about how you are going to navigate the difficult task playing in the Premier League with the extra burden of knowing that 2 seasons ago, Sporting Lagos qualified to the Premier League, but they went down. Lessons well learned. Are you ready to talk about what we are going to do next in summary, or you want to savor this moment at some point, maybe later in the week or in the months to come, before the season will start? You will talk about what the target and the plans are to play in the Nigerian Premier Football League.
First, thank you very much. Also, congratulations to the backroom staff, everybody affiliated with the club. Right now, I think for us, the moment we clinched promotion tickets, work began for MPFL. We are scouting players and actively looking how to improve the squad. We want to start early and be ready for the league when it starts later this year. So we are looking forward to the tasks ahead. Even though we are trying to serve this moment, we are still trying to make sure we are getting some work done, and the recruitment process has already begun. We're trying to identify and then pursue talent that we think can improve the squad. As for the target for the MPFL, yes, we promoted and got relegated 2 seasons ago. We learned our lessons and we know just what to do. We are not trying to get over ourselves yet. We just want to take it a step at a time. Maybe in the next couple of weeks or couple of months, we'll know what we set for ourselves and how to go about it.
Who was the first person that you called to say, I did it, we did it as a team, when you got out of that emotional, tense environment that you found yourself for 90 minutes?
I was just with the players and backroom staff all through, and I wasn't with my phone up until later in the night. And I think when I got to my phone, I saw a whole lot of messages and I didn't even know where to start. Everywhere was filled with congratulations. But I remember, I think I sent a message to my chairman, and I thanked him for all that we've been through this season together. He was really solid. He helped us in a lot of ways behind the scenes when nobody was there. He was fighting for us and making sure that we got fair treatment. And I think the backroom, the board members, everybody who sent messages, it was the whole lot going on there. But yeah, I still remember I reached out to a few people, and I think it was one of them.
Jeff, once again, I say congratulations and thank you for being part of the show, Global Sports Update.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for having me on the show.
Wow, we can just go on and on and on. The beautiful story of Sporting Lagos, and of course the man, Jeff Pote, a young man from Benue State. Watch out for him. That's about the size of the show. My name is Godwin Nakala. Let's keep cruising. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
come out for public anyhow like a big masquerade. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi less way pass am. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. So Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in this aspect. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age, in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at a time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine, where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Kotliman, correct bakelistic Ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Food ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
locked with me and let's find out together. What's making me wonder will really make you wonder too. I mean, it will still make you feel this. Don't understand. Yes, the same way I also said, what's going on here? And that's the news of a male suspect identified as Good News who allegedly defiled a 16-year-old girl in Rukwaku community in Nobiakwa local government area of Rivers State. Last week has escaped from police custody. Now, it's not just that he escaped that is the cocoa of the matter. It's the fact that he escaped while they were doing investigations. How? How did it happen? What would you call it? Negligence or mistake? A mistake as costly as that is very worrisome. Now, the case was being investigated by the Criminal Investigation and Intelligence Department in Port Harcourt. First off, it's very appalling to know that, this is actually a rape case. And then on top of it, the person now escaped. It's not like he was not found. It's not like they didn't have him in custody before. He was in custody and then he escaped. They were doing investigation. They went to the scene of the crime, of where the thing happened, and he escaped. Make it make sense. Just make it make sense to me. It was gathered that the suspect escaped when the scene of the crime was visited as part of investigation procedures. So they already knew this is the person who did the act. He defiled a 16-year-old girl. They decided to go to the scene of the crime to visit it as part of the investigation procedures, or to find out, how it happened, what happened, and all of that led to the defilement. And this suspect escaped. Okay. This happened in Rukwaku community, Obakwa local government area of River State. Recall that the suspect was earlier arrested. He was arrested before. Let's understand that. He was arrested by operatives of the special area Rumo Dumaya. That's where he was arrested earlier. And then he was transferred to the state CID Port Harcourt last week. Okay? Now let's see how this whole escape happened. The father of the alleged defilement victim, the father of the girl who was defiled, the 16-year-old, Mr. Prince, told newsmen in Port Harcourt yesterday that when they got to the scene of the crime, which is their compound, I mean, it seemed like the Good News, the suspect, the guy called Good News, stays in that compound. So maybe he's a tenant in the compound or their neighbor or something like that. But he stays in the compound. The girl that was defiled also lives in the compound with her father. So the father was the one explaining this to newsmen on Wednesday that when they got to the crime scene, which is their own compound where all of them live, where they all live in, the suspect who was not handcuffed. So there were no handcuffs on his hands. So he was free, sort of, like no restraint or constraint. The investigating police officer who was finding it difficult to open the padlock used in locking his door. So they went to the crime scene. They went to the compound. Let's go and find evidence, investigation going on, the procedures on how to go about the matter of this rape case. They got to the compound. And so they were finding it difficult to open the padlock that was locking his door. That's the father saying this one now. They were finding it difficult. The door was locked with a padlock. So they were trying to open it and it was difficult to open it. So according to the father, that's the father of the victim, Mr. Prince, he now suggested that they should use hammer to break the padlock. Since this door is hard for us to open and we need to get in, let's use hammer to break the padlock since it's not working. So the father of the victim now said he took excuse from the IPO and went to his apartment downstairs to get hammer. So it seemed like it was the victim's, not the victim, the guy, the Good News, the suspect, who defiled the 16-year-old. They were trying to get into his door and they couldn't because of the padlock proving difficult. So the victim's father decided to go downstairs because it seems like the suspect, his apartment is upstairs. So the father of the victim says he wants to go downstairs to get hammer so that they can break it. So Prince further said he took excuse from the IPO and further went to his apartment downstairs to get the hammer. He disclosed that when he brought the hammer, he saw that the IPO coming downstairs, since the suspect apartment is upstairs. The suspect apartment is upstairs. So while the man got the hammer from his apartment downstairs, as he was going back up, he saw that the IPO was coming down, and then informed him that the suspect had escaped. How? Was it not with the suspect upstairs while they were trying to break the door or trying to open the padlock? They were all upstairs trying to get into the apartment of the suspect. They couldn't because the padlock was somehow, difficult to get to open. The victim's father now says, let me go get hammer from my apartment downstairs. Gets the hammer, coming back upstairs, wants to go upstairs and sees the IPO coming down. What happened? And the IPO says, the IPO claims that the suspect he escaped. He took off. He escaped just like that. Did he disappear? Was he a spirit that just vanished into thin air? How did it happen? Someone that you were with just escaped like that. What would you call that? Negligence on the part of the IPO or a mistake? Was it a mistake that he escaped? Or was it a case of negligence that he didn't really put his eyes on the person? The suspect, you took your eyes off him. Did he disappear? How did he escape? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around, and I really need people to tell me what you'd call this, what you call this issue now, this case, right? Prince stated that he ran towards the direction, and the IPO claimed the suspect took, but did not find the suspect there. So he escaped, and the father of the victim decided to run towards the direction. Oh, where did he escape to? Where did he follow? How did he pass? Which road? Which place did he follow? The IPO pointed, at a direction. The victim's father decided to run towards that direction that the IPO said the suspect took. He followed here. He followed here. He followed there. Okay, let me run to that direction to see if he's there. But they did not find the suspect. They did not see him again. Did he vanish? And if someone runs out, maybe, I don't know how the building is, did he jump down from the stairs and try to go through the back of the compound, or how? But even if he did that, would he have gone through that place so quickly that before the father got a hammer, came back upstairs and decided to run towards that direction, did not see the suspect again? Or did somebody help him? I don't know. Meanwhile, a lawyer, Benga Oladapo, who is also the executive director of Lawyers Watch Justice International Initiative, has described the development as ridiculous. My thoughts. He has described that it is ridiculous that a suspect in your care, you were with him, just escaped like that. Oladapo stated it's extremely ridiculous that the police would come out to say that. How would they come out to say that a suspect escaped? It's even more dangerous that that guy is out there. If he did escape, he's out there roaming. So he defiled a 16-year-old girl and he escaped. So children and other people around, wherever he would go to, their life is in danger too, or their lives are in danger. He defiled the 16-year-old. So what if he goes somewhere else and sees other teenagers or even younger children? What will their fate be? Should such a person even have the chance to escape? Okay. All right, going forward, Oladapo stated that it's extremely ridiculous that the police would come out to say that. This is not just negligence. It is a betrayal of the victim, her family, and every Nigerian child who deserves protection under the law. The police should do everything in their power to declare a manhunt to rearrest this man and make sure he faces the law in record time. they should do everything they can. They should do everything that they can to ensure that he is rearrested. He was arrested because he was not handcuffed. He escaped. Maybe if he was handcuffed, he would have had that chance to escape. But how did he escape? Just because there were no handcuffs on his hand? But the IPO was there now. Was he not there? So, going forward now, he says that it's a betrayal of the victim, the family, and every Nigerian child who deserves protection under the law. The police should do everything in their power to declare a manhunt. They would deem to have failed the public if he's not rearrested. They would deem to have denied the victim justice if the suspect is not rearrested. Because for a fact, if that man is not rearrested, wherever he escaped to, if they don't find him and bring him back, and make sure that he answers for his crime, then we really have to now question justice for the victim and every other Nigerian child who deserves protection under the law. That is a minor that you defiled, and you're supposed to answer for that crime that you committed. So escape or not, he should be rearrested by every means possible. Because if he's not rearrested and he just keeps roaming free, the lives of other children, other teenagers, adolescents are in danger. Who knows what he will do next, wherever he goes to or wherever he is at the moment. All right, going forward, he says this is not good for the entire society, and particularly the Nigerian child. Nah, that's no good. When contacted, spokesperson for the Rivers State Police Command, Blessing Agabe, confirmed the escape of the suspect, but said the police will ensure that he is rearrested. They really should. Agabe, an assistant superintendent of police, stated, "Yes, I am aware that he escaped and one of the policemen is being queried with respect to the escape." Yes, the police in charge with him should be queried in respect to that escape. Because how did he escape? How? And then, what would you even call this? A mistake? Oh, I don't. How will you explain it? I mean, you listening to me right now, what's your opinion of that? What would you call that escape? And the police officer, right? The policemen that were in charge there, would you say it was a mistake on their part? They made a mistake. That's why that escape happened. That's why he was able to escape. Or it's just negligence. They didn't take caution as they should have. They did not treat the matter as urgently and as seriously as they should have. All right. Agabe says that the policeman being queried with respect to the escape. However, an order has been given for his rearrest, and we shall make it known to the press when he's rearrested. They really should make it known to the press when he's rearrested, and every effort should be made to ensure that he is rearrested, because that's no small issue. Rape is a very serious matter, and a minor even. But the question we're asking on this matter is, what do you even call that? This whole idea of they went to investigate the scene where that thing happened, and they were trying to break the door of the suspects to get in. The victim's father decided to go bring hammer to help break the padlock. He went downstairs. Before he came back upstairs, the suspect had escaped because he was not handcuffed. Is that a mistake? Does this sound like a mistake? Or was it negligence? But yeah, let it be known that, he escaped and efforts are going to be made to ensure that he's rearrested, such that the lives of other children will not be in danger. They deserve protection under the law. That's what we're talking about this evening, and I'm really trying to wrap my head around it, like, trying to paint a scenario. I'm trying to picture how it happened, how it didn't happen. Just trying to paint different scenarios of what could have been, what couldn't have been, how this, how that. Like, maybe make a movie out of it to see, did he jump from the stairs? Did he disappear? Did he vanish? How? Let's do a 5-minute song break as we usually do. Come back from that one. We'll have the phone lines opened and have you join in on the conversation of what you think about the suspect who was arrested earlier, decided to go to the crime scene and then he escaped because, he was not handcuffed. And then the police have admitted that, the suspect escaped. The spokesperson for the Rivers State Police Command, Blessing Agabe, confirmed that the escape of the suspect is true, but the police will ensure that he's rearrested. But right now, he's out there. Where? We don't know. I'll be back after the music. Please stay with me.
anyị ga-agwọrọ gị ọgwụ ego ịgbụta ọgwụ ego n'elu ụwa inwewe ego n'ike kama na ịma na ibe ji agbagwo ego siri ike maka na ihe egbu mmadụ ibute isi ọchụ ụbakụ wesi na ọ bụrụ ụzọ maka igbu mmadụ na ọ bụ ibe anya saịd gbugbo wee jebe amị gbogbo ya ga-egbu mmadụ ibute isi masị bụ ọlụ ya ọgwụ ego ya chọrọ oke nwee ego n'ike ewo ọchụ ụbakụ naba na lụọ na baba sowe obejiri ya nínú obejiri fi enu wee chọwa onye ga-egbu wee pụta n'ụzọ wee kwulu wee nwere ohu nwa agbọbịa nke a na-akpọ Nkiruka onye ọma Nkiruka na-echu unye mmiri paisonili ozu ọchụbakụ n'ezi ọchụbakụ wepụ onye nwaanyị ọma yakelika ibo bụ nkụ n'ọbịa nwatakịrị solu n'ọchụbakụ mele ebele jebe ibu ya kụ abatazia n'ime ọbịa ọchụbakụ mmiri obejiri wee gba anya Nkiruka dao na aga m egbukweni gị egbu Nkiruka jụ onye emelụ nke gịnị ọ na bụ ife ọjọọ melụ gị bụ na mbịalụ ka mbụ gị nkụ ewo egbuna m egbu ewo egbuna m egbu osi ya na nwere ibi mere m kama na m enwere ego na m egbu gị bụrụ isi gị wee gwọgwụ ego Nkiruka wepụ onye ọchụbakụ ma ji egbuna m ka m ị ga-egbu m o dulu m ka ị naba be gị ka bụrụ nwunye gị mgbe ka mmalị gị nwa ị nwere nwa ma ị nwere ego mana aga m amụrụ gị nwa ọchụbakụ jụ ọnya ịbụrụ nwunye m ịbụrụ nwunye m ewu ị ga-abụkwu ego a na-ekwu ka a na-ekwu ọchụbakụ wee bunyili mbọ.
All right, let's have the conversation with you. What do you think about this matter? First off, rape is a very serious case, so we're not even focusing on the act in itself. Now, it is the situation that they arrested a suspect. They decided to go to the compound to get more evidence and information about the case, and then the suspect escaped while they went to the compound. How did that happen? And then the police confirmed that he escaped, but they're trying to ensure that he's rearrested. How did he escape? Did he vanish? Because there were police officers there, just that he was not wearing a handcuff, or they did not handcuff him. So because they're trying to break into the house, is that how he escaped? Or they were focused on the door and then he passed through the back? Or he jumped from the stairs? 08109510951. What do you even call this case? Is it a matter of negligence now on their part, on the IPO? Yes. Or it was a mistake? The investigating police officers or officer that was in charge of, monitoring the suspect, ensuring that he is there, ensuring that they really get all the information they need. Would you call that negligence on their part or a mistake? It just happened. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I am Samuel calling from Bori.
Okay, go on, please.
And I can't really see and tell how a suspect will escape from a policeman that was going for investigation.
They were already in the compound, though, not like they were even on the road.
Yes,
they already got there. Yeah.
Such an investigation, 2 policemen must be there. Must be there, 2 policemen. If just 1 policeman goes there, it means there has been a plan that this is what will happen, this is what we will do. Because this case is a heavy case. If he gets you, you will go in 10 years or 14 years imprisonment. So the only thing you need to do is to escape. It's the police. We know what the police are. We know what they are.
So you think it may not just be a mistake or negligence? It could just be something that they planned or something.
Orchestrated, well planned, calculated, and carried out.
Okay. All right.
You understand me?
Thank you.
Police cannot just tell you this is that we will get him arrested. They will ask the man to bring money that we will be going out for investigation.
All right, thank you for your opinion.
The whole matter will die off.
All right.
I'm telling you.
I really hope that he gets rearrested, because if he's not rearrested, this is going to be a shameful thing that they arrest the suspect and he escaped.
Do police care about that? I heard on the radio, yeah, a 2 years old girl died in a school with his own gate. And police was investigating the matter. The case was sent to court, but those people that are said to alleged to have committed the crime was not taken to the court. Court called the case. Those people were not there in the court. How would you send a case to the court?
Thank you.
Murder case. The suspect were not there.
Thank you for
sharing.
So leave the
police.
All right. Thank you.
It's just a gamble. In fact.
Let me take more calls. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's also be aware that. Now, the spokesperson for Rivers State Police Command, Blessing Nagabe, confirmed that he escaped and they will ensure that he's rearrested. Also, the Assistant Superintendent of Police stated that one of the policemen, because not just one policeman went to the compound for further investigations and procedures, there were policemen there. So one of the policemen is being queried with respect to the escape. Like, how did that happen on your watch? Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I'm from Bilrams.
All right.
For where I came from, in Abia State, we not afraid to talk the truth. Whether you like us or not, ask a healthcare man, they will tell you. Yes, we know they look for friendship. See, let me tell you the truth.
Yeah.
The truth is that at least compromise is a plan work. Yes, they had already resolved the settlement in the police station. What is the meaning of that? You are taking a suspect. Is he your boyfriend? No handcuff, and they went to the
compound.
The house. And even when the guy escaped, he did not shout. He just majestically walked down from the staircase. What is the meaning of that? Are they telling the kid? Me, for police, the River State Commissioner of Police, the guy, the IPO need to be arrested. Let him replace the guy.
He's being queried at the moment, Joe. But yeah, thank you.
If they handle the matter well, the truth will come out.
Okay.
It doesn't even not every money you eat. This kind of bribe will not work now. Are they telling kids?
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
The comply. Yes, it's a plan work.
Okay, so it's are you of the opinion that, hello, good evening, that it's maybe a mistake, negligence, or whatnot? Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Rona.
Welcome.
This is Honorable Chris.
Okay.
It's high time now we started adding allegedly in our name. Allegedly, maybe if it no be me, they call you.
Please, don't start. Just say your point, I beg.
Wait, Nigerian police, they went to arrest a suspect. Getting to there, they said that the suspect has escaped. And they are promising you that they will make sure that they arrest the person.
No, he was arrested before. Not like that was the first time. He was arrested. So they were going to the compound, or they had gone to the compound to go get further information and everything. And that's where he escaped.
Okay. See the two things that is involved. It's order from above. And this one, they tell you that they were going to arrest that person back.
Yeah.
See, every parent should hold their children because they can arrest somebody.
All right. Thank you for your opinion. No, they really need to rearrest him. That's the truth, though. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. I don't have long talk.
Okay, go on.
It's a collaborative escape.
Okay.
That's just a summary.
All right. Okay. So it's not a mistake or negligence or whatnot, because it's really ridiculous to hear that. Because if really now we know he has escaped, he should be rearrested, because the fact that he's out there roaming free is a threat to children. A 16-year-old was defiled. How about others that do not know this person yet, and we don't know where he is at the moment or where he escaped to? So that's a serious risk. He really needs to be rearrested. And because if he's not, that means children will not, the victim first off will not even get justice. That is what it means. And every other child would just have, there will just be this notion that the protection for every other child is not guaranteed. This message here says, I'm tired of the police in this country. This is unacceptable. Very infuriating. This to me is to be presumed as connivance until proven otherwise. A serious case of defilement. How many officers accompanied him to the scene? Why wasn't the suspect restrained? I offered legal advice to the police in Nasarawa State. This would have been a big problem for that officer if it were in that state. That officer would be detained by the DPO, Flatheart from Port Harcourt. Good evening, Rona. He should be lucky that they should not catch him again, because if they do, they will break his leg. If I DK Principal from a chain. Let's take this call and then we can see if we'll take one more and then we'll wrap up. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
Police matter now they bring this night.
Police matter, no, what we'll talk about.
Very funny character. The man no carry gun there. Is he not with gun? I mean the police officer.
I don't even know now if they were with guns or...
How can somebody... don't they where police come to arrest somebody? As police they draw near, police say shine. You know that language? Shine. Police tell the guy to escape. Shine. People with that don't understand the meaning of shine. Our guy they say he don't tell him to run. That sign they tell him to run.
Yeah.
Shine. So now one young guy with there and I say, see your police they tell him to run.
That's
but
crazy.
The people around didn't understand.
That's really crazy.
Shine. You see? So, Nigerian police is very corrupt. In fact, you see, something happened in River State some time ago. Yeah, what I heard about John Bosco. You heard about it?
What happened to him?
Oh, is he a police personnel? Nobody heard about that issue again. John Bosco, one police officer called John Bosco in SIB. And as I'm calling, people who knew about the story will tell you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing your opinion. All right.
Yeah, so they are very corrupt as you see them,
All right.
With gun there. If the guy attempt to run, he will at least get the leg.
To make him stay put, yeah. All right.
Police cannot go for arrest without gun. So
and he was not even handcuffed at the point.
No, even though they don't handcuff him.
Yeah.
The policeman is with gun.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, how did he escape? Did he disappear? Did he vanish?
If the policeman is with gun, the guy cannot escape.
All right,
without his consent.
Thank you.
You understand?
Right.
So now you tell him to shine. And nothing will happen, no. Nothing. They will go arrest one hoodlum. Say now the guy be this.
But at least he has already been identified. So yeah, let's just hope that a follow-up on the matter would hear follow-up update or development about it. However, an order has been given for manhunt of the person for his rearrest, and the Assistant Superintendent of Police has stated that they will make it known to the press when he's rearrested. So definitely, if he's rearrested or when he's rearrested, would definitely be in the know. Hello, good evening.
Roland, I greet you specially.
I greet you too. Welcome.
How was your day?
Very well, thank you.
Roland, let me ask you one question. Have you seen a linesman give a referee record?
If I've seen a linesman give a referee red card?
Yes.
I don't know. Tell me. You tell me now.
My name is Beneza One of Africa.
All right, go on, please.
You see, that is what an Oiboba call criminal negligence. A policeman, you have arrested a culprit. He was in your station. You want to take him back to his house. No handcuff, no gun. What do you call that one?
All right. Okay.
Thank you and God bless.
All right, thank you. So the question of, is it a case of negligence, not taking caution as they should have, or a mistake? But it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous to hear that the term here, would we target a mistake that a suspect escaped while there were policemen there, the IPO there. Okay, one of the policemen there is being questioned with regards to the escape. So let's see. Let's hope, and let's really be in the know. As they said, they would let the press know when he's rearrested, so that we can be sure that at least though they've done well on this one, and they went after him, they caught him, rearrested him, and yes, he's back in custody. And that's a little relief, knowing that, okay, he's not out there committing more havoc and the lives of children are being protected under the law. Let's take this final call and then wrap up with this one. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, my sister.
Welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Kure is my name, please.
All right, go on, please. Just a minute.
Yes, if that will be quickly.
All right.
You see, that is why we are saying that every adult in Nigeria is supposed to have a penal code, supposed to have a criminal code, whether you are a uniformed person or not. No, you are right. If actually this man who investigated this matter have a criminal code, then he will know the offense and the charges of this case.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he is not well trained. But the truth is that you can see the killing of a FO is now bringing so many policemen on transfer to different places, bringing policemen to other people who are innocent.
Right.
And this one that is happening in River State again.
Yeah.
We are talking about the FO will never end. This is another one again.
Yeah.
If this man have a criminal code with him or penal code,
all right, thank
which
you.
every Nigerian would have,
all
it will be more better for him. I'm sure you do not have.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I really look forward to the rearrest and the news coming on that he has been arrested again. You know, it will just be a big relief to me and every other person, you know, who heard about the matter. Thank you all so much for joining on the show. My name is Rona Agbara. Good evening.
Managing Director, for Unimotors Nigeria Limited, for your money, Kanija Kanazo, Igwashi Lazana Masi, or Swabian Masi, Kennedy, or Come. No wonder for the first
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News and Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Presidential aspirant of ADC, Rotimi Amechi, pledges to transform Nigeria within 4 years if elected in 2027 general election. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara commends Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for impactful implementation of Renewed Hope Initiative social investment program across Nigeria. Chairman of Onelga, Shadrach Ogbogu, denies allegation of his planned disbandment of OSPAC. On the foreign scene, Mali's army carries out overnight strikes on rebel-held city of Kidal. Details shortly. Former Minister of Transportation and presidential aspirant of the African Democratic Congress, Rotimi Amechi, has pledged to transform Nigeria within 4 years if elected in the 2027 general election. Amechi made the promise shortly after submitting his nomination forms at the national headquarters of ADC in Abuja, where he took a swipe at the administration be based on competence, experience, and performance rather than ethnic or regional sentiment. Amechi argued that his years in public office had prepared him for the task of leading the country, citing his tenure as governor and later as Minister of Transportation under former President Muhammadu Buhari. Amechi, who served as the governor of River State from 2007 to 2015, was a key figure in the formation of the All Progressives Congress and later served as Director General of the late President Muhammadu Buhari's 2015 Campaign Council. As Minister of Transportation between 2015 and 2023, he oversaw major railway projects, including the Abuja-Kaduna and Lagos-Ibadan rail lines, although critics questioned the rising debt associated with some of the infrastructure projects. Speaking on the state of the nation, the former minister criticized what he described as the growing hardship under the Tinubu administration, saying Nigerians were bearing the brunt of economic policies that had worsened living conditions. According to him, the country's economic realities cut across religious and ethnic divides. On the forthcoming ADC presidential primaries, Amechi said he preferred a direct primary process but would accept a consensus arrangement if it favored him. Amechi's declaration comes amid increasing political realignment ahead of the 2027 elections, with opposition parties seeking to build stronger coalitions capable of challenging the ruling APC. The Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has officially declared his intention to run for the office of president in 2027. Makinde made the official declaration at the Unity Rally jointly organized by the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and the All Progressives Movement, and the All People's Movement, APM, to formalize the alliance between the two parties. The governor called on opposition leaders to unite against what he described as a deliberate effort by the ruling All Progressives Congress (APC) to redirect Nigeria to a one-party state. He maintained that Nigeria no longer operates a democracy without a political landscape that guarantees a level playing ground for opposition parties without interference of the ruling party. He equally called on Nigerians to rise above being what he described as political spectators and bystanders, assuring that with the collective participation of all Nigerians of eligible age for voting, Nigeria would record a historic reset come 2027. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has dismissed reports of an alleged alliance between the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the Allied People's Movement, APM. Wike described the claim as political 419. Speaking during an inspection of the ongoing road projects in Gomani, Yangoje, Kwali area Council, Abuja, he accused Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde of misleading Nigerians with claims of a PDP-APM alliance ahead of the 2027 elections. He declared when he said that people are fraudulent, they thought he was joking, alleging that the action of Makinde is the 419 they're talking about. Wike said both the PDP and the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) were not aware of the existence of such an alliance. According to him, ongoing political activities within the PDP, including the screening of aspirants, clearly show that the party remained independent and had not entered into any coalition arrangement. Wike further alleged that Makinde was pursuing his personal presidential ambition through the APM platform. He insisted that Governor Bala Mohammed had never spoken of any PDP-APM alliance, adding that the narrative was merely a political imagination. The minister also reacted to comments credited to the governor of River State concerning his continued membership of the All Progressives Congress, APC, saying the governor has not told anyone to pity him. He maintained that issues concerning the governor's standing within the APC remain the party's internal affairs. Former governor of Ondo State, Olusegun Mimiko, has officially joined the ruling All Progressives Congress Party. Mimiko arrived at the secretariat of the APC in Ondo West local government, where he was received into the party by the APC chairman in the state, Babatunde Kolawole, and the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Olamide Oladiji, amid rousy welcome. Mimiko, a two-term former governor, had in April formally resigned his membership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, ending long-running speculation over his political affiliation. The former governor, who governed the state between 2009 and 2017, had previously been a prominent figure in the Labour Party, LP, before moving to the PDP, where he also played influential roles at both state and national levels. His planned return to active partisan and political alignment, according to sources, comes after a period of relative political quiet, during which the former governor maintained influence through loyalist and long-standing structures across the state. A former Inspector General of Police, Usman Akali Baba, has withdrawn from the race for the All Progressives Congress APC governorship ticket in Yobe State. Akali Baba announced his withdrawal in a statement made available to newsmen. The retired police boss was among 6 APC governorship aspirants who had earlier rejected the emergence of Baba Malam Wali as consensus candidate and insisted on the conduct of direct primaries in line with the Electoral Act 2026 and APC guidelines. Akali Baba noted in a statement that he decided to withdraw from the contest after a series of consultations with Vice President Kashim Shettima and Yobe State Governor Mai Mala Buni, as well as Borno State elders, among others. According to him, the decision was a voluntary one for the interest of party unity, stability, and progress of the state. River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has commended Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for the impactful implementation of the Renewed Hope Initiative social investment program across the country. Governor Fubara gave the commendation during a courtesy visit by the wife of the president, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, at the government house, Port Harcourt, ahead of the Renewed Hope Initiative ROHI Social Investment Program event in River State, represented by his deputy, Governor Professor Ngozi Maudu. The governor said the First Lady's intervention programs have continued to directly touch the lives of Nigerians, especially women and vulnerable groups, without unnecessary bottlenecks. Welcoming the delegation to the state, Governor Fubara described River State as a hospitable state and expressed delight over the visit, noting that the wife of the president has distinguished herself as a compassionate mother whose initiatives are making visible impacts nationwide. The state chief executive further appreciated the First Lady for ensuring that support gets directly to beneficiaries, eliminating intermediaries that often reduce the value of such interventions.
That our First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our mother, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, is making across the country. Because the impact, why it is really great, is that it's a one-on-one thing. They cut off the intermediary process and the people receive whatever they're receiving directly. So what they are getting doesn't slim down in the process. So we want to thank her, and we want to say she is a great mother, like they say, a mother like none, and we appreciate her. Today is a very special day for us in River State, and we can't wait to get into the main event.
Earlier, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who was represented by the former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, Betta Edu, said the visit to the state was born out of her love and compassion for humanity, the vulnerable, women, and Nigerians in general. While reassuring the state of her love and support, the First Lady emphasized that President Bola Tinubu remains committed to engendering the growth and development of River State, such as she also commended the giant stride of the Siminalayi Fubara-led administration, especially at the grassroots, noting that with the introduction of the Renewed Hope Initiative, things will turn around for the better.
We're here because of the compassionate heart of Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu. Her love for humanity, her love for the vulnerables, her love to empower women, and not just women, Nigerians as a whole. I want to give her special love to the people of River State and assure you that Her Excellency Senator Oluremi Tinubu is totally with you. She would continue to support the state and, of course, by extension, her husband, our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, would continue to support River State.
You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, every day, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The acting chairman of Oyonkana Council of Traditional Rulers, Chief MSK Nuli, says it is not true that he's avoiding invitation from the Nigerian police force. King MSK Nule spoke in a reaction to the statement credited to the Benemene of Baga Kingdom, King Swanu Baridam. He explained that the invitation from the Department of State Services he received in February 2026, he has already honored it.
I have chosen the path of peace and respect for all government and traditional institutions. I may not be the best, but I have chosen not to be bad. I am aware that wicked people like Suwanu Baridam always have their ways of manipulating security agents against me, especially the police. My torture in the hands of security agents is continual, not because I am found wanting, but my enemies always use them to get to me. I want to make it clear to everybody that on the 2nd of February 2026, I was invited by Department of State Services to interface with DDOPS. I was there and the meeting lasted for 7 hours and I was able to tell them what they needed to know. Outside the DSS, I have never received any form of invitation from any other agencies, including the courts.
King MSK Nule said he is a law-abiding citizen, and as such, he is not afraid of any invitation from security agencies.
If there is a matter against me, it should not be discussed behind me, or Baridam Suwanu want to repeat what was done to me in 2019, that I was sick at a checkpoint along the Tambansogo road at about 5:30 p.m. and was arraigned before a police prosecutor in a magistrate court. I was remanded in custody. A lot of evil have been done to me, aided by security personnel. If there is a case against me, I deserve to be informed. I should be invited. I am not hiding because I have a story to tell.
The chairman of Ogba Egbema in the local government area, Shadrach Ogbogu, has denied allegations that he plans to disband the organization's Security, Peace and Advisory Committee, OSPAC. The denial follows claims by the leadership of the local security outfit that the council boss intended to ban the group in the area. Speaking today in Omoko, Ogbogu said he was among those involved in the formation of OSPAC and would not joke with the security of the council area. The council chairman also dismissed accusations that his administration had refused to fund the security outfit, insisting that his government increased the monthly security budget for OSPAC.
I followed in the formation of OSPAC, and I will never ban OSPAC. Anybody who prays for OSPAC to be disbanded here is enemy of the people. But the leadership of OSPAC must be overhauled. It's either you work with me and the police. If you don't like me in my government, work with the police. It will still reflect in my government. OSPAC is not working with police. OSPAC is not working with local government. It's not working with any security outfit. Instead, they are working with criminals and court members who will not tolerate. The next thing they will say after this my speech is that I didn't fund them. I have sufficiently funded OSPAC, more than any local government chairman I beat my chest. I increased their fund from 5 million to 10 million. The chairman has met me for one thing they want to do, I release money, not once.
Ogbogu, however, maintained that the current leadership structure of OSPAC should be dissolved as part of efforts to strengthen the committee. He further stated that the present leadership of the outfit had drawn a battle line against him following remarks made during their press conference yesterday.
From where he's drawing the inspiration that I don't want to work with him, it's not about him. But with the press conference yesterday, he has drawn a battle line that he will not work with me, and I won't work with him. Let him work with the police, work with the DPO, work with the area commander. I don't have any problem. But please, I will not play politics with security of a baby man by the local government. So far as I speak, he's still the spy commander. He has not been removed. I will consult properly, get a replacement, and replace him when necessary. If heaven will fall, let it fall down. They should tell him to prepare. If he is still, I'm not going to disband OSPAC. If I remove him and he wants to fight, I am ready. I am the chief security officer, not OSPAC commander.
The president of the Niger Delta Integrated Farmers, Processors and Distributors Association of Nigeria, Julius Okpeha-Woda, has raised concern over what he described as the difficulty farmers in Rivers State face in assessing support from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Speaking on the challenges confronting farmers, Okpeha-Woda, in an interview with Today FM, Olawale Sanusi said bureaucracy has continued to hinder access to agricultural interventions despite several policies introduced by the Apex Bank to support the sector. He noted that although many of the CBN's agricultural policies are beneficial, implementation remains difficult because approvals often depend on directives from the federal government. According to him, farmers in Rivers State currently do not enjoy viable support from the CBN due to the complicated process involved in accessing intervention programs.
I realized that most of the policies are wonderful, beautiful, but they cannot just implement these policies without the endorsement of the federal government. So as a result, supporting farmers is becoming extremely difficult because of the bureaucracy when it comes to implementation. And so it is extremely difficult for farmers to, access anything from Central Bank of Nigeria. But the current situation in Nigeria, farmers are really having it very difficult because there is no assistance, no support, no viable support from the Central Bank of Nigeria to farmers today. Rather, they are making things easy for the traders that are importing grains, importing cereals, importing all forms of processed food into the country.
Speaking further on the Anchor Boroughs program introduced during the administration of late former President Muhammadu Buhari, the Farmers Association president described the initiative as a good policy aimed at encouraging agricultural production across the country. He, however, noted and maintained that despite the program's lofty objectives, the operational structure was weak, thereby affecting its overall effectiveness and impact on farmers.
Despite the beauty of the policy and the idea, the whole thing, we realize that in Nigeria today, we don't have a very good cloud. We don't have a database. They don't even know the percentage of farmers in Nigeria. We don't even know who are really farmers in Nigeria. When this policy was brought in, so even people in CBN, people in ministries, people that have not even been to farms before, they all turned farmers just overnight. All in a means to collect or to have access to this facility that the government approved for farmers. So we could see that the essence of that Anchor Borrowers program could not see the light of the day.
Mali's army have reportedly carried out several strikes overnight, Wednesday to Thursday, in the town of Kidal in the desert region in the north of the country. It has been under the control of Tuareg rebels and their allies from the JNIM jihadist group since their large-scale coordinated attacks across the country in late April. Their rare alliance enabled a rapid campaign that saw several strategic military bases overrun across the northern Mali. Residents have told newsmen that they have heard at least 4 explosions in Kidal on Wednesday night, which caused material damage. One strike reportedly hit a house near a former market, destroying it, while another struck the governor's compound. A Malian army officer says the armed forces are targeting specific objectives and warns the strikes will be intensifying in the coming days. The strategic town serves as an unofficial headquarters for the Tuareg Azawad Liberation Front coalition for more than a decade. It was captured by Mali's army in late 2023 with the help of Russian mercenaries. And in sports, Carlo Ancelotti will remain the coach of Brazil's national team until 2030. The country's football federation stated this in a statement in a vote of confidence before the World Cup. The contract renewal will put the 66-year-old Italian at the helm of the team until the 2030 World Cup. Ancelotti took over as Brazil coach last year and oversaw the 5-time world champion's successful qualification for next month's World Cup in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. The former Real Madrid, AC Milan, and Chelsea coach said he wanted more victories, more time, and more work. Ancelotti is due to announce his final squad for the tournament on May 18, before Brazil play a warm-up match against Panama at the Maracana Stadium on May 31. The Brazilians will be based in New Jersey during the World Cup and face Morocco, Scotland, and Haiti in Group C. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Presidential aspirant of the ADC, Rotimi Amechi, has pledged to transform Nigeria within 4 years if elected in 2027 general election. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has commenced commended Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, for impactful implementation of the Renewed Hope Initiative social investment program across the country. We told you that Chairman of ONELGA, Shedrack Ogbogo, has denied allegations of his planned disbandment of all SPAC in the area. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Mali's army carried out overnight strikes in rebel-held city of Kidal. That was the news as edited by Uchendu Ejowo. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-8389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Aguera. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
suggest that probably everyone should be posted within their region.
But don't you think that that's counterproductive, though? If the idea is to integrate the country better with each other?
It might be.
That's all on the BBC. Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. A key member of the British Cabinet has resigned, increasing the pressure on the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, following disastrous results for his Labour Party in local and devolved government elections last week. In his resignation letter, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, said he'd lost confidence in Sir Keir's leadership. Here's Alex Forsyth.
All of the chat for the last 2 days or so has been about will Wes Streeting make a move against the Prime Minister. He's stopped short of that, but with this resignation letter, what he's done is really attempt to focus attention again on Keir Starmer, rather than the chatter which has dominated Westminster, which has really been about Wes Streeting. But he's making the argument, as he did in that letter to the Prime Minister, about a sort of broader contest. I think he is conscious that some of the criticism from within the Labour Party has been about this idea of a quick contest, which would favour Wes Streeting. So he's almost saying, I think that we should have a managed, broad conversation about the direction of the Labour Party.
President Xi Jinping has told a state banquet for Donald Trump that China and the United States should work together, not against each other. Mr. Xi said the relationship between the two countries was the world's most important.
Today, President Trump and I had in-depth exchanges on China-US relations and the international and regional dynamics. We both believe that the China-US relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world. We must make it work and never mess it up. Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals.
Donald Trump struck a positive tone, inviting Mr. Xi to visit the White House in September. Brazil's right-wing presidential candidate Flavio Bolsonaro has admitted seeking money from a corrupt businessman to finance a film about his father, the jailed former president Jair Bolsonaro. Mimi Swaby has more details.
Brazilian media say Flavio Bolsonaro, who is a senator, negotiated a total transfer of $24 million from Daniel Vaccaro, who is now in prison for a multi-million-dollar fraud. Half of the money was allegedly released between February and May last year, but the transfers were suspended due to the fraud scandal. The controversy has sparked a crisis in Mr. Bolsonaro's campaign, but he has denied any wrongdoing. Brazilian financial markets have fallen amid speculation that this could tip the balance in the presidential race.
A semi-official Iranian news agency says that Tehran has started to allow more Chinese vessels to go through the Strait of Hormuz as Iran continues to impose restrictions on the key waterway. Fars News quotes what it calls an informed source, saying the move followed requests by China's foreign minister and its ambassador to Iran. World News from the BBC. The Iranian foreign minister has accused the United Arab Emirates of direct involvement in the war against Iran. At a meeting of foreign ministers of the alliance known as BRICS, Abbas Araghchi accused the Emirati representative of allowing the UAE to be used to fire artillery against Iran. He said the UAE's alliance with Israel had not given it protection. The authorities in the Indian capital Delhi have announced measures to save fuel after the Prime Minister called for a reduced consumption to cope with disrupted supplies from the Middle East. Delhi's Chief Minister said government offices would have 2 work-from-home days a week. Ukraine's Air Force says Russia fired more than 1,500 drones in the space of 36 hours, making it the largest sustained aerial attack since the start of Moscow's invasion. The missile and drone attack was mostly focused on Kyiv, where the number killed now stands at 5. At least 10 more are feared buried under the rubble. Scientists have discovered a new dinosaur in Thailand that was twice the size of a T-Rex. It's the largest ever found in Southeast Asia. This report from Klitsia Sala.
The researchers named the new species Naga Titan after the giant mythological water serpent Naga. At 27 meters in length, the Naga Titan weighed as much as 9 adult Asian elephants. It belongs to the sauropod family of long-necked herbivores, which include the Brontosaurus. An international team of researchers identified the species from fossils found beside a pond in northeastern Thailand a decade ago. They say that this discovery sheds light on how changes in ancient climatic conditions enabled gigantic dinosaurs to flourish. Scientists believe that higher temperatures may have encouraged the growth of the plants that sauropods fed on.
BBC News.
Hello there, I'm Charles Gitonga in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. You might have seen on social media that US President Donald Trump is in China to meet President Xi Jinping. Both China and the US are really important trade and economic partners for African countries, and in fact, Beijing has now opened up its market for goods from African countries to enter China without paying taxes. We explain that deal.
If we sell more of the same cheap and processed products, we shall capture little value and only eat into that huge trade gap between us and China. But if we sell higher value products, then we can close that gap.
And young people in Nigeria debate, has the compulsory National Youth Service Corps program outlived its purpose?
I personally don't think that NYSC has been as effective as we hope it should be, or we think it should be, because tribalism is still very much, unfortunately, very much alive in Nigeria.
Mayo, what do you think about that?
Tribalism and all of that is everywhere in Nigeria presently, even at work. And what I think the NYSC has helped us to do is to help us to integrate with a large number of people at the same time.
It's Thursday, May 14th. I don't know if you've seen this viral video of dozens of children waving and cheering on the US President Donald Trump and China's Xi Jinping. They were a part of the welcoming parade for President Trump, who is on a really important visit to China. The children are jumping, waving flowers, the American and Chinese flags, as the two leaders walk by. Now, this is a high-stakes meeting of the presidents, because since the start of his second term in office, President Trump has substantially increased taxes on Chinese goods entering the US. China responded to these actions by taxing American goods some more. In this meeting, however, this is how the two leaders think of their recent interactions.
The common interests between China and the United States outweigh our differences, and each country's success represents an opportunity for the other. A stable China-US relationship benefits the entire world. When we cooperate, both sides benefit. When we confront each other, both sides suffer. We should be partners rather than adversaries, achieving mutual success and common prosperity, thereby forging a correct path for major powers to coexist in the new era.
You and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president has had. And that's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you, and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know. Whenever we had a problem, we worked it out very quickly. And we're going to have a fantastic future together.
So while the two global powers were tussling with each other, China crafted its own deal with Africa. Since the beginning of May, 53 African countries can now sell most of their goods to China without paying direct taxes. The only African country not included in this deal is Eswatini, and we did a story about this, by the way, on the 5th of May, so you can scroll up on your podcast feed and take a listen. So to help us understand the importance of Trump's visit to China, and also what China's tariff-free deal means for African countries, I called up Trevor Loere. He is an economist with Development Reimagined, an international development consultancy on China and African affairs. He first told me what he thinks of this visit.
Within the context of the prevailing geopolitical environment, the US-China relationship is arguably the most important bilateral relationship in the world today. Why? Because it has implications for world stability in both political, economic, and even military terms. But especially economically, because the motivations for this trip are largely economic, trade in particular. Other issues are important that will be on the agenda, including technology, competition for artificial intelligence, but also other geopolitical considerations such as the war in Iran, as well as the never-ending tensions in and around Taiwan.
Right.
And economically, these two countries account for roughly 40% of global GDP. So the rest of you across the world, you only contribute the other 60%. And in terms of global trade, they account for 25%. Now, what we are witnessing, this trip by President Trump to visit China and the initial engagements they've had that have led up to this trip, essentially an attempt to manage the competition between these two countries, which has become heated and intense, fever pitch in the recent past. Even when these two countries are in competition, they also realize that it is in their best interest for them to manage that competition responsibly.
The thing is, this meeting is happening a few weeks after China started implementing its own trade deal with 53 African countries, where they will access the Chinese market tariff-free for most of their exports there. If you could explain this deal to us, what does it entail?
Basically, China is opening up its market to African countries, 53 African countries with which it has diplomatic relations. The only exception is Eswatini, that continues to recognize Taiwan as a sovereign state, and therefore with which China has no diplomatic relations. So this particular trade deal gives African countries duty-free and quota-free access to the Chinese market, which essentially means that African countries, African producers can sell their exports to China without paying customs taxes to Chinese authorities, but also without any limits on quantity. Now, this is for all commodities, with the exception of a few agricultural commodities like rice, wheat, sugar, cotton, and palm oil that continue to be protected under some special arrangements as part of this deal. Now, this is significant for several reasons. First is that it is unilateral, which means that China is giving African countries access to its market without requiring them to reciprocate the same sort of access for Chinese exports to Africa. The last thing I want to say about the significance of this deal is that it has rules of origin and accumulation provisions that are flexible. Rules of origin basically means that when you have a trade deal, you indicate what is going to count as a product coming from a particular country. So usually you have thresholds of how much of the content of a given product, a final product, must be produced within the territory of a given country for it to qualify for that preferential treatment. What China is doing is to say African countries can develop or build value chains at a regional level. Say, I can mine iron ore in Uganda, add value to it in Kenya, convert it into a product in Tanzania, and it's going to qualify.
The question I have for you is whether this trade agreement between China and African countries had anything to do with the U.S. and whether China has been responding to the actions of the U.S. by trying to strengthen its ties elsewhere.
Indirectly, yes. What we must take note is that these state visits or official visits do not happen in a space of 2 weeks. So the duty-free, quota-free scheme started on the 1st of May. It is not as though when China announced, the US also sought to go and visit. No. But at least indirectly, this deal is a result of the trade tensions between China and the US. How? That China is trying to diversify its export markets after a fallout of its trade relationship with the US. They're looking at which other markets they can sell to. And Africa is particularly strategically important. Why? Because even when China is Africa's most important external trade partner, Africa is not China's most important external trade partner. But we also shouldn't discount the fact that this deal is a result of the hard work of African leaders over the past 20 years who have been pushing through the Forum for China-Africa Cooperation to get this preferential trade access.
I would want us to look at the deal more closely, especially in the eyes of countries that export the most to China at the moment. So you've got South Africa and a country like the DRC and Angola being at the top of that list. But just briefly, what are they selling to China?
At an aggregate level, the whole continent, the bulk of our exports to China are dominated by extractives, meaning minerals, raw and processed commodities. About 89% of Africa's exports to China is raw. Now, South Africa is the largest trade partner for China in Africa. And even for South Africa, over 65% of their exports to China is extractives. But for a country like DRC, the bulk of their exports to China is minerals, usually unprocessed. Now, this deal could go both ways for them. For a country like South Africa that has a minimum industrial base to begin with, it could mean that demand from a growing middle class in China could stimulate industrial production and output in South Africa, which would help them to diversify further. Now, for a country like the DRC and other African countries with similar trade profiles with China, if there is no investment in productive capacity, it could be the case that you have this preferential access to the Chinese market, but what it does is that it only encourages expansion of the export of raw and processed commodities. However, if those countries taking advantage of this preferential access and the flexible rules of origin are able to build regional value chains, value addition, industries, factories, etc.
One of the things that I've been very curious about regarding this deal is for countries that do not have that mineral wealth or the oil, the ones that, have to depend on agriculture or manufacturing, will they be able to benefit from this deal, or is it dependent on their ability to build that capacity first to add value, and then China will be able to buy that?
It is a function of both demand and supply. In terms of demand, what is the existing demand in the Chinese market and which African countries can produce to satisfy it?
And in closing then, we know that China sells way more to African countries than African countries are selling to China. This deal, does it have the potential to balance that volume?
Yes. It does have the potential for us to close that gap. We have to be able to sell higher value goods and services. If we sell more of the same cheap unprocessed products, we shall capture little value and only eat into that huge trade gap between us and China. But if we sell higher value products, then we can close that gap. Think of it this way. How many bags of coffee do you need to sell to buy a car? Let's say a Chinese EV car. You need probably sell all the bags of coffee produced by all farmers in your village to buy only one car, because it's going to go for like $50,000 which could be tens of millions in some of our currencies. But if you convert that coffee into ground or roast coffee, suddenly you're no longer fetching $1 to $2 per kilogram. You're now fetching $12. Or if you have a premium brand, $40. So now you need fewer bags of coffee to buy one car from China. So how do you close that gap? Is by selling higher value goods to China, not necessarily more of the same.
Many thanks to Trevor Loere in Uganda. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. And now to Nigeria. Thousands of young graduates are marching at an orientation camp where they get trained in paramilitary and other vocational skills. It's a mandatory program known as the National Youth Service Corps, or NYSC. Similar programs exist in countries like Zimbabwe, Kenya, Ghana, and South Africa. But first, what is this program and why is it relevant in Nigeria? My colleague Chiamaka Dike tells you all about it.
To understand why Nigeria has a mandatory national youth service, let's go back to the late 1960s. Between 1967 and 1970, the Nigerian government fought a bloody civil war against the Biafra state. Located in southeastern Nigeria and dominated by the Igbo ethnic group, Biafra wanted to secede and form their own republic. The Nigerian government opposed this, and it eventually led to the war. Ethnic tensions, inequality, and economic hardships were behind the war, in which more than 1 million people died, mostly of starvation. In 1970, the war ended, and Biafra was reintegrated back into Nigeria. So when the guns fell silent, the leadership came up with an idea that they hoped would unite the country. They called it the National Youth Service Corps, or NYSC for short, and it was created in 1973. The idea was simple: get young people under 30 years from different parts of the country to meet, understand each other, and help rebuild the nation.
Chiamaka Dike there. Now with the rising insecurity in Nigeria, including kidnappings and reports of corps members being attacked or killed while traveling to their postings, some young Nigerians are questioning whether the program has outlived its purpose. I have been speaking with Mayowa Alawode, a preacher and content creator, and Oluwatobi Afolabi, managing editor at OK Africa. I started by asking where she was posted for her NYSC.
I'm from Kwara and Ondo states, but I've lived in Lagos all my life. For NYSC, I was posted to Ububra, Cross River State, which is in the south area of Nigeria.
Right. And which years were those when you served?
It was 2018.
What about you, Mayowa? Where are you from and where did you serve?
I'm from Kwara State, but I also live all my life in Lagos. I was posted to River State, Ubima precisely. I think it was 2013 to 2014.
So could you then describe the experiences for me in terms of what you are trained on when you went to this camp and where you are placed for work afterwards? We'll go with you, Mayowa, first.
We were trained with all of this military stuff. There are some other activities like vocational trainings and all of that. I think then I joined cosmetology in the camp where we were trained how to make perfumes and then soap making and all of that.
And where were you placed? Somewhere to do some work for the rest of the year?
I was posted to Ubima then in a primary school to teach.
What had you studied, at the university or the level that you are at before you went for this service?
I studied mass communication.
How did you feel about teaching, having studied mass communication? I mean, you should have been here doing this program with me.
Well, it was very funny though, but actually I think I have little experience of teaching before getting admission into our institution, so I didn't really feel it that much. I was taking, I think, government literature and English then when I was 7.
Toby, what was your experience?
It was pretty much similar to what Mayowa described, right? There was, military training. You had to wake up early in the morning. You had drills, sort of like if you were like joining the army or being conscripted into the army, but like a milder version of that. And then we also had, like you said, vocational trainings. We had lectures.
Did you feel that the service and the training you went through was relevant to what you wanted to do for career?
To be honest, no. I learned a bit more about photography because it's something I'd always been interested in. And I'm still very much interested in photography, but I don't feel like it added any additional bonus to my career or what I'm doing at the moment, because a lot of organizations in the country actually require you to have an NYC certificate. It just feels like, okay, this is something I absolutely have to do after school, and then you just get it done and get on with your life.
Mayo, let me come to you. What about this whole goal of promoting national unity and integration? So I understand that is one of the main objectives of this service, that young people get to learn about the diversity that there is in the country.
I think that's one of the beauty of NYC that I can really say, because we're able to integrate with other people from different parts of the country. When I was in camp, I was able to communicate with some of my Igbo friends with Igbos, because I have a lot of them in camp. Afterwards, when we get to the town, I was hearing some other languages like Ikwere languages and everything like that. So it was a beautiful experience trying to integrate with other people, different ideology, different education and everything.
I'm just curious, do you still keep in touch with some of the people that you met there?
Definitely.
I agree with Mayowa in saying that, of course you meet other people from other cultural and even religious backgrounds, but I personally don't think that NYSC has been as effective as we hope it should be, or we think it should be, because tribalism is still very much, unfortunately, very much alive in Nigeria. And you would think that something like NYSC that is absolutely compulsory for people who are graduates of universities or, higher educational institutions, it would have been effective in that method, but I don't think that it has been. I think it has outlived its purpose, or has just not been as successful as it should be.
Mayo, what do you think about that?
What I think the NYC has helped us to do is to help us to integrate with a large number of people at the same time, because at your campground you have your Hausas, Igbos, different languages and all of that at the same time. So you can learn different language, you can meet people at that point, which you cannot do if you travel around on your own.
What about for other things? And I just want us to go back to the relevance of it in terms of skills. Unemployment among the youth is still quite high in Nigeria. I'm asking this because one of the other objectives is really to help people develop skills for self-employment. Do you think that, as a proponent of the scheme, do you think that is being met?
I don't see someone that's studying mass communication going to class when we have radio station, government station where they can work and then discover themselves.
What would you suggest, maybe one or two things as a radical change?
I think, first of all, there needs to be better security for coppers. Traveling to certain parts of the country is very dangerous, right? And something done about security. There are many coppers who have died trying to get to their camp or trying to leave camp or trying to get to their PPAs. Like, it's really unfortunate. Maybe there should be like a language sort of like class. If they're going to spend a year in those places, there can be some language classes where it's like you're learning about, and maybe not just language, but just general culture integration, a better cultural integration where you're learning about these people and what makes them just as human as you are, so that you can be better integrated into the culture.
Mayowa, do you agree with some of those, ways in which it can be reformed?
Yes, I think I agree totally with everything she said. And then one other thing I would like to add, because of the insecurity of the country right now, I would suggest that probably everyone should be posted within their region.
But don't you think that that's counterproductive, though? If the idea is to integrate the country better with each other?
It might be. It might be, but because of the tension and everything, the insecurity of this country is posing on us right now. We just have to look for a measure to try and reduce it.
If there was an option, because from the moment it looks like there isn't, would any of you allow your children to go through this?
Absolutely not, to be honest. If my child says they want to go for NYSC and they're excited about the possibility of it, 100%, right? I will support them in any way that I can.
I will not force my child to do it, although some people still feel excited. They want to go, they want to wear the uniform and all of that. If she's excited to wear it, fine.
As it is now, who do you think this scheme is benefiting?
I would say the government.
How so?
The government are benefiting because you're rendering a cheap service to them. They are not paying up to what you're rendering.
I think for me, because there are people who are NYSC officials and, commandants and all of these things, I think that it's great that they have jobs and they can feed their families and all of these things, but I don't think that the graduates are benefiting.
Thanks to Nigerian preacher and content creator Mayowa Alawode and Tobiloba Afolabi, the managing editor at OK Africa. We also asked some Nigerians if and how the service had benefited them. Here is what they sent us.
Hi, my name is Afolabi Akinabi. I am a journalist. My NYSC teacher back in the days, her name Madam Kemi, yes, and she was a very brilliant corps member. She was taking us literature in English, and she actually exposed us to what we thought it was just newscasting, but it was, an introduction to journalism.
When I was in secondary school, I had a corps member who taught us more than just syllables. She encouraged me to aim higher, even helped me to pay my school fees when family was struggling.
We reached out to the National Youth Service Corps over concerns about corps members' safety and claims that the scheme is no longer relevant. Its Director General, Brigadier General Olakunle Olusheye Naphew, told us that they prioritize corps members' welfare in Nigeria through security coordination, helplines, and risk-based deployments, and that the scheme remains essential to education, health, and rural development. And that's Focus on Africa today. As always, we like hearing from you, so send us your thoughts about the program or even suggest stories you'd like to hear us cover. Our WhatsApp number is +254 791 269 243. You can also send an email to focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk or reach us on social media at BBC Africa. Today's episode was produced by Kiganse Shumba and Rukia Bule in Nairobi. Makochi Okafo, Chiamaka Dike, and Blessing Aderoba were in Lagos. The senior journalist in charge was Bella Twine, and Herbert Masua was the technical producer. Our editors are Priya Sipi and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Charles Gitonga, and we'll speak again soon.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.